And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Sorry, I was just clicking off something there. I've just come fresh off bullying some Bendelites on their platform. So I'm pumped from that. So one man went to mow. The eagle has landed. That thing that happens every single day. Today's installment happening now. So if you're available, avail yourself of what is going on here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster, just for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the Eastern people. The Eastern people with their holy, holy song. So, holy, holy, as holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. We still want Peter Obi as our vice president, but there is a deadline. Kwakwanso speaks on alliance with the Labour Party. So very generous of Kwakwanso to still leave that window open. Peter Obi, of course, would not take the opportunity. But then Peter Obi has gone with this instead, the Nigeria-born Mauritanian that has no political cachet. So, quite how that plays out or what that will mean in the future, only the future can tell. But that sliver of a window of opportunity is still left open, but almost certainly Peter Obi will not seize it. We still want Peter Obi as our vice president, but there is a deadline. Kwakwanso speaks on alliance with Labour Party. So quite why he's still holding that opportunity open for Obi, we find out shortly. Nigerian electoral body INEC succumbs to pressure. Uh, Nigerian electoral body Nigerian electoral body INEC succumbs to pressure from ruling party to recognize Senate President Lawan as Yobe's senatorial candidate moves to destroy Electoral Commission's report. So this is coming from one news outlet. It's a long read, so I may well abandon it once we've established the facts of it. But this would be a real turn up for the books because, of course, the last time we checked, the person that actually won the primaries, what's his name again? He was actually the person, Bashir Machina. The person that won the ticket is actually the person recognized as holding the ticket. But it looks as though the rules might have changed in the dark corridors. Nigerian electoral body INEC succumbs to pressure from ruling APC to recognize Senate President Lawan as Yobe's senatorial candidate moves to destroy Electoral Commissioner's report. So quite what has led to that, we'll find out shortly. I won't be chasing. Okay, so yes, let me sequence this. Yes, it is sequenced. So still back with Peter Obi, of course, and everything that he comes up with is a cause for concern. So even his most fervent of supporters, they should recoil from this. I won't be chasing thieves who stole government money. This is Peter Obi. So quite because the one thing that Nigerians do want above all else is that the thieves that stole the people's, it's not government money, oh, by the way, it's the people's money. So the one thing that Nigerians want above all else is for people that stole the people's money to be brought to justice. Otherwise, what is the deterrent? But Peter Obi says, no, 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 loot and go will be his own policy. I won't be chasing thieves who stole government money, Peter Obi. So quite how he justifies that headline, we find out shortly. So from the yin of that comment to the yang of this one. So this is yin and yang. I will retrieve monies stolen by past Nigerian leaders. Showore, of course, he has the audacity to say that. And I think he's come out to say that to contrast himself sharply with Peter Obi's position. I will retrieve monies stolen by past Nigerian leaders, a headline attributed to Showore. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. I'm back with Peter Obi, but Peter Obi Jr. this time around. We will not be bringing our nephews to run Nigeria's government. Obi's running mate, Baba Ahmed, aims dig at Buhari. So we all know where he's going to with that. And really, so say all of us. The ruination of that country entirely wrapped around the people that Buhari surrounded himself with. We will not be bringing our nephews to run Nigeria's government. Obi's running mate Baba Ahmed aims dig at Buhari. So there it is right there. The Arab versus the Fulanis. The Arab rather versus the Fulani. Social media will vote in 2023. Labour Party's Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed assures. So this now, but unwittingly, an acknowledgement that the Peter Obi phenomenon the Peter Obi narrative is a social media phenomenon. Not that he needed to acknowledge this because we all know that it's essentially a social media phenomenon. And we've seen social media phenomenon in Nigerian politics before, as recently as 2019, when the phenomenon wrapped around Omoyele Sowore. So that same clique, the chattering classes, they've wrapped around the former Anambra governor instead. But this guy is assuring us now that that will translate into real time votes. Social media will vote in 2023. Labour Party's Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed assures. So quite what is giving that assurance on, we'll find out shortly. And then we land on this one. Finally, Tinubu picks Muslim running mate. So is there a name to go with this? Because I'm not sure that it's been widely advertised. But the headline are hints that we should want to know more. And we'll find out more shortly. Finally, Tinubu picks Muslim running mate. So we find out exactly what that is all about. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me live on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, and then I'll engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So that's how it works. It's an interactive session, an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as we said about the click-ins, on like, subscribe, and at your discretion on the hyperlink, let me provide you with a bit of a musical backdrop. Your calabash to the ready. We join the guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Ikuku Niru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. We still want Peter Obi as our vice president, but there is a deadline. Kwakwanso speaks on alliance with Labour Party. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso, has said that they are still, let me take that again. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso, has said that they are still open to receiving Peter Obi as the party's running mate until the 15th of July. Speaking in an interview with correspondents, the former governor of Kano State stated that they have a lot of candidates to choose their vice presidency from, and one of them is Obi. He went on to explain that the party would like a running mate from the southeast so they could combat the disturbance in the region. He insisted that the vice president, he insisted that a vice president from the southeast will be able to negotiate with the leaders of the region and come up with a solution to the crisis. He said, we are still flexible on the issue of running mates up to the 15th of this month. We are waiting to get the right person. I am so happy that there are many Nigerians. We have many options in the NMPP in the South to choose a good vice presidential candidate. One of them is the Labour Party man, Peter Obi. Left to me, if it will solve the problem of the Southeast and minimize the challenges of the region to the barest level, that's why the NMPP wants to take its vice president from there. Under normal circumstances, anytime we are sworn in because the problem is political, he, the vice president, will call the people and sit with them. At least someone from there. If he likes, he can talk to them in Igbo and see how it can be resolved. I am from the northern part of Nigeria, and of course, everyone can tell you that the solution to the happenings in my area is at our fingertip. It is just about talking to the people. As I said, no one is talking to them, people of the Southeast. The Nigerian security agencies are above all the bandits and terrorists we have seen. It is just a matter of doing the right thing. We have the answers at our fingertip. If we add the political will, our young men and women who are in uniform will go and do their job. So there it is right there. The window still open for Peter Obi to come and join the Kwakwanso ticket. But then, of course, we all know that Peter Obi is not going to go join the Kwakwanso ticket. So why is Kwakwanso still making that comment is the question. Is he wanting to squeeze the last remnants of the publicity that he's getting of the relationship with Peter Obi before he now has to stand on his own? And what will Peter Obi's response be to that? So all that in question, come give me your answers. Nigerian electoral body INEC succumbs to pressure from ruling APC to recognize Senate President Lawan as Yobe senatorial candidate, moves to destroy Electoral Commissioner's report. The Independent National Electoral Commission, appears to be doing the bidding of the Senate President Ahmed Lawan, as the agency is ready to shred the report of the resident electoral commissioner that supervised the Yobe North Senatorial District or Progressive Congress primary by backdating it to favor the senator. INEC earlier affirmed Bashir Sharif Machina as the winner of the Yobe North senatorial ticket of the APC. A certified true copy of the Commission's report from May the 28th, 2022 election had revealed Machina polled 289 votes out of 300 delegates. The document was certified by the Electoral Office on June the 23rd, 2022. The national chairman of the APC, Abdullahi Adamu, had warned of severe sanctions if Machina refused to relinquish his ticket to the Senate President Ahmed Lawan. Adamu claimed that the party is supreme and that it reserves the right to decide who gets its ticket in any election. He had said, there is nothing in the law stopping the Senate President from contesting for another nomination just because he lost a presidential bid. Adamu had insisted Lawan as the candidate of the APC for Yobe North senatorial election slated for February 2023, claiming that a primary had secretly held in which Lawan purportedly emerged the winner. Correspondents have consistently reported the impasse, with updates including how Machina claimed his life was under threat for refusing to step down for Lawan after the Senate President failed to clinch the APC presidential ticket. A source confirmed to correspondents that there are plans by INEC leadership to doctor and backdate the certified true copy of its report to accommodate the Senate President and others in states where they have an interest. INEC has caved in to political pressure and other forces deployed by the outgoing Senate President Ahmed Lawan and his backers to shred the report of INEC resident electoral commissioner that supervised the APC primary election in Yobe State by doctoring and backdating it to accommodate the Senate President and others in states where they have an interest. Shockingly, the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, is fully part of this plot, making direct telephone calls to state offices, despite the glaring fact that Ahmed Lawan was a principal actor in the APC presidential primary, which saw him lose to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He has since mounted relentless pressure on INEC leadership to obtain a senatorial ticket in Yobe State by all means possible. The tenure of the commissioner ended on Wednesday, but while resident electoral commissioner of the state that superintended the primaries was still in office, the INEC leadership sympathetic to Lawan was unable to hand the tickets to him because the REC insisted on standing by his report. However, since his tenure elapsed, it's the administrative secretary that INEC leadership will now use to backdate the report of the senatorial primary to bring Ahmed Lawan. This is the plot by INEC leadership and Lawan's backers to upturn the outcome of the senatorial election, and the same template will be used in other states. That is why many lawyers who have applied for CEC of reports of the party primaries submitted by INEC state offices, particularly the CTC for APC, have not been given. A lawyer who applied for the CTC since last week for his APC aggrieved client who won primary but his name was not published was told on Wednesday that until the report of the committee set up by Professor Mahmoud Yakubu to consider all applications are considered, the CTC would not be ready, and that the chairman and national commissioners are in Oshogbo in preparation for the Osun state election. Meanwhile, the 14 days within which they could file an action in court is running out, and this strange committee, the first of its kind according to legal officers of INEC, is strange to them and new because nothing can be added or removed from the reports of the primaries already signed by various teams and countersigned by a covering letter of the resident electoral commissioner and addressed to the chairman. Lawyers of APC aggrieved members are asking why they are being denied the CTC of the reports, whereas those of the PDP and other parties are treated with ease, but those of the APC deliberately slowed down. INEC's compromised leadership is applying unbearable pressure on vulnerable civil servants of the commission in Yobe State, who are currently the interim officials in Yobe State, to shred the extant report endorsed by the REC before he handed over on Wednesday and depart from the state. With the unethical evolving development in Yobe, there are serious concerns and fears that in many states where REC's tenures has elapsed and exited living civil servants who are now in charge already submitted reports of party primaries would now be doctored by INEC headquarters in Abuja to bring those who will pay millions to the leadership, particularly personnel in both the legal and EPM developments that many lawyers who have applied for CTC are accusing them of corruption and frustrating CTC applications. So there it is right there. It goes on and on, but you get the thrust of it. So you get the thrust of it. But then, of course, so that tells you then what's to come in terms of this election oncoming. I won't be chasing thieves who stole government money. Peter Obi, of course, are making the headline here. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi says probing past administrations won't be his priority in government if elected in 2023. As for probing the past government, let me tell you, You see me argue that you can't close your shops and be chasing thieves, Mr. Obi said while speaking with journalists shortly after revealing his vice presidential candidate, Dati Baba Ahmed, at Transcorp Hotel on Friday. Those who only look at yesterday and today will miss tomorrow. God did not give us eyes at the back. Mine is to look forward, he stressed. He continued, if you come into the government today and decide to stop the leakage first, you will get more. I am not going to be part of any form of victimization or witch hunt. It won't happen. Nigerians must live within law and order. Mr. Obi argued that corruption in government will be reduced substantially if the leadership maintains their integrity. But I can tell you right away, if you, the principal person, the local government chairman, the governor, or the president are not stealing, your family is not, and those around you are not, you will reduce it by 70%, he asserted. Mr. Obi's stance on tackling corruption is a far departure from that of incumbent President Mohamed Buhari, who rode into power on an anti corruption mantra. The Buhari regime has ramped up down the Buhari regime has ramped up, clamped down of tainted officials of the past administration, particularly those who have failed to join his ruling or Progressive Congress APC. So there it is right there. Loot and go, the Peter Obi policy. I will retrieve monies stolen by past Nigerian leaders. Showore takes the center stage. Presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Showore, says if elected president in 2023, his administration will probe all financial misappropriation by past Nigerian leaders. As president of Nigeria, I will probe and retrieve every penny stolen by past Nigerian rulers, those who have murdered innocents and deprived them of a bright future. If we could be retrieving money from dead and buried Sani Abacha, we should retrieve from living legacy thieves, Mr. Showore wrote on his Twitter page. The manifesto of Mr. Obi's party, the AAC, boasts of an anti corruption plan to block resource leakages and retrieve assets stolen by former political leaders and their proxies in multinational companies, as well as colonial reparations. It also seeks to address systemic corruption and bring about significant reduction in the cost of governance. Mr. Showore's position on trying corrupt Nigerian leaders was re-echoed on Saturday as presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, stated he has no intention of retrieving public resources illegally stolen from state coffers. As for probing past governments, let me tell you, you see me argue that you can't close your shop and be chasing thieves, Mr. Obi said while speaking with journalists shortly after revealing his vice presidential candidate, Dati Baba Ahmed. Those who only look at yesterday and today will miss tomorrow. God did not give us eyes at the back. Mine is to look forward, Mr. Obi told journalists on Friday in Abuja, describing the exercise as forms of victimization and witch hunts that would not happen under his watch. Mr. Obi's position may strengthen the opinion of individuals who have said the Labour Party is merely an appendage of the People's Democratic Party and will be unable to set the country on a different path in 2023. So there it is right there. So there it is, the yin and the yang of it. We will not bring our nephews to run Nigeria's government. Obi's running mate Baba Ahmed aims big at Buhari. The Labour Party vice presidential candidate Senator Dati Baba Ahmed said on Friday the party would fix the country's education sector if elected into power in 2023. Baba Ahmed, who stated this in a channel's television program Politics Today, said he likes the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and the principles behind the party. He assured that his combination with the ex-Anambra governor would ensure prudent management of the country's resources. In what many would view as a thinly veiled jibe at President Mohamed Buhari, the former federal lawmaker said the duo would not bring the nephews, or that should be their nephews, it should say. The former federal lawmaker said the duo would not bring their nephews to run the Nigerian government if elected into power in 2023. Buhari's nephew, Maman Daura, was an influential figure in his military government between 1984 and 85 and his administration from 2015. Baba Ahmed said, "What I bring to the table is prudent procurement and a pyramid of enlightenment." Look at that. Look at that. It's the words you see, a pyramid of enlightenment. We will not bring our nephews to run the government. Nigeria's money will not be wasted. So there it is. Let's go on to the next. I think we've got two more to come. Still with Dati Baba. Social media will vote in 2023. Labour Party's Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed assured. So acknowledgement then that essentially the obedient movement, a social media phenomenon. Social media is going to vote, asserts Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, dispelling claims that internet mobilizations would not translate to electoral success in Nigeria's federal election next year. On Friday, Baba Ahmed was announced vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party to run with former Anambra Governor Peter Obi. He granted an interview with Channels Television later in the day. Go and start looking at the bookings. Go and start looking at the bookings of major European airlines into Nigeria, not during Christmas time. After Christmas time, late January to third week of February, you will see that they are getting full, Mr. Baba Ahmed said. Unusually, I am into the business of data. And so why is it unusual though? So this guy, I'm starting to have a certain, I don't know, the use of words, his use of words. Unusually, I am into the business of data and statistics. So I don't know how that is unusual. Somebody has to be, so why not you? Unusually, I am into the business of data and statistics. And I decided to particularly look at that. This tells you that social media is going to vote. Even if they are in Antarctica, one person is there and he mobilizes 100,000 people here to go out and vote. It has to succeed. It has succeeded, he explained. Many young Nigerians who tag themselves obedient are rooting online for the Labour Party in the 2023 election. Young Nigerians make up 50% of the voting population. The rave has even gone up a notch since the announcement of Baba Ahmed, a 48-year-old academic and former senator, on Friday. Mr. Obi 60, so those ages are wrong, by the way. By his own admission just yesterday, Baba Ahmed is actually 53 and Peter Obi is 61, but there it is. The rave has gone up a notch since the announcement of Mr. Baba Ahmed, a 48-year-old academic and former senator, on Friday. Mr. Obi 60 will stand up against septuagenarian candidates of the two main political parties in Nigeria, Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressives Congress and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So there it is right there. So social media will vote this time around. So we're expecting Obi to do better than Showore's 33,000 at the last instance. So this is now the last readout, and then we'll see who is available. 2023. Finally, Tinubu picks Muslim running mate. So I wonder if this gives us a name. After weeks of consultation with critical stakeholders, the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has finally agreed to pick a Muslim running mate ahead of the 2023 presidential election against popular opinion. Of a Muslim ticket. The governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, made this disclosure on Saturday during the Eid al-Kabir celebration in the state. It could be recalled that there has been a lot of concern amongst Nigerians, most especially in the Christian camp, against the party's Muslim ticket in the forthcoming general elections. Tinubu had, in June this year, emerged as the APC presidential flag bearer and in the same month picked Alhaji Kabir Ibrahim Masari, a Katsina politician, as a placeholder in order to meet up with the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC deadline. But Ganduje was speaking with about 100 clerics at the state government house as part of activities to mark the Salah festival, said Tinubu was advised to pick a Muslim running mate. We have advised him to pick a Muslim deputy, and he has agreed. A Muslim ticket is a reality. It is not something new in Nigeria. He also asked the cleric to pray for Tinubu to emerge as Nigeria's president come 2023. Ganduje also urged them to offer prayers for his administration's peace and progress. He, however, asked the cleric to also pray for his deputy governor Yusuf Gawana, who has emerged as the APC governorship candidate for the 2023 election in Kano State. So there it is right there. It's categorical now, especially from Kanduje, that it's going to be a Muslim ticket. So it's not quite giving us a name, but he has given us the assurance that uh, it is a Muslim ticket. So there it is, and here they are. So Joel of Nashville, I see you, a Muslim ticket. So there it is, and here Oliver Nwoko, I see you. Saki, I see you. And the mighty Ajanle Koko, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me come to you first, Oliver, since you seem to be new to the space. So let's come to you first. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Sorry, Oliver, can you put like a headphone or something? Because I'm hearing myself back. So can you put a headphone or something? Or if you are listening on two devices, mute one. So mute the YouTube or whatever, because you can hear me on StreamYard as well. So mute one. Mute one. So mute the YouTube or whatever, because you can hear me on StreamYard as well. So mute one. Mute one. Oliver. Mute the YouTube or whatever, because you can hear me on StreamYard as well. So mute one. Mute one. Oliver. Mute the YouTube or whatever, because you can hear me on StreamYard. What's going on? Oliver. Oliver. No, I'm not sure what this guy is doing. What's going on? All right. All right. So we tried. Let me come to Ajanle Koko then. So Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go, or should I start with somebody else? All right. Let's try Joel. It's going well, isn't it? So let's try Joel. Joel, are you ready to go? My goodness me. Okay, Saki, are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Saki. So, Saki, let me take you to the first talking point then. Kwakwanso still leaving the window open for Peter Obi. But of course, we know that Peter Obi is not going to take it. But why do you think he's making that headline then, that he still wants Peter Obi as his running mate? What do you think Kwakwanso is playing now?
Of course, he's banking on the popularity just to be to still be at the front line of discussion. So that is what Kwakwanso is trying to do. You know, last week or 2 weeks ago, when they were still talking about this major thing, you know, the Kwakwanso debate, people have started discussing about Kwakwanso on media. So, but now he's also trying to look for topic that we make discussion continue. So it's just popularity, whatever media is. So to me, nothing serious. He knows that Peter B is not going to become vice president. So that one is done.
All right. What are you making then of this controversial headline? Peter Obi saying that he's not going to be chasing people who stole government money if he ever becomes president.
Anyway, Peter Obi has been very consistent on that very issue. It's not what he started saying today. Watch his debates, the vice presidential debate he had with Usibanjo in 2019. they talked the same thing again. So Peter Obi in that very debate, he was asked about his approach. If he were to be the president, what is going to be his approach towards this corruption thing in Nigeria? So he now gave example using a businessman who has a shop in a market like Alaba or Main market. That he wouldn't advise that person to shut down his shop totally and continue pursuing thieves that collected something for his shop. Now he might keep pursuing the thief and more will be collecting from the shop. So that you don't shut down your shop because you are pursuing thieves. So that is his angle. So the summary of the whole thing is that he's not going to dwell so much on the past. He will focus on his administration. He will make sure that he will block the leakages from his own.
So what
And that is what
disincentivizes? So sorry,
and that is what
what
and that,
disincentivizes people from stealing? If Peter B is saying you can steal and go free, what
and
is?
that is the same thing he did in Anambra. So when he came to Anambra, he didn't focus on
Yeah, but to my question though, Asaki, what disincentivizes people from stealing? If Peter Obi has said categorically that you can steal and go free,
no, he's not saying that he will still and go free. What he's saying is that once he enters, from the time of his administration, he will block every leakages.
right? And the
He
people
will
that have
make sure.
stolen in the past, what happens to
So
them?
what he is now saying is that he's not going to focus more on what happened in the past. That if he focuses more on that, it will distract his
How will it distract it?
administration.
How will it distract it?
Of course, we
It's
saw.
a government agency that does
Of
it.
course,
It's ICPC and the FCC that does it.
yes, of course, we see what happened in this administration. They focus more on talking about loot, getting the money from the past looters, and they have not achieved more, in this.
Is that what Nigerians want for people to loot and go free?
No, it's not what Nigeria wants, but can you block it in your administration so that it won't happen again?
Yeah, but
That is
what's the punishment for the people? We're talking about
no the
hundreds
agencies.
of billions of
No,
dollars.
the agencies will be doing their work. He will not interfere there. They will be doing their work. The agencies will be doing their work. They will be pursuing people that stole in the past.
But he's
They have to
already
do it.
saying he doesn't have the
They
political
have to
will.
do
He
it
doesn't have the
independently.
political will.
They have to do it independently of him. But what he is saying is that he wouldn't focus much on that very past and be distracted in his administration. And he will focus on what happens from his administration. I think it's a very smart move. Let's not.
It's a very smart move to
To me,
openly tell people that they can loot and go. Loot and go
let's
is
not
it?
because he did it in Anambra and he was able to achieve results. He didn't go to pursue Bagdoju and many of them. He focused on what happens in his administration and tried to create strong institutions that will handle things from his administration. So he tried, he did it, and he
But
was able
those
to.
corrupt politicians got him out of the office just because of that stand.
I can't hear you.
No, he said. Well, I'm not really care, but really, sorry, sorry, hold on. That's not what Nigerians want. Is the thing. Nigerians want the people who stole their money caught and punished.
Yeah, so well, I take his own part. That is me. That is my own view. So if I were if I were president of Nigeria today, I will why I there is need to pursue the people that stole in the past, but that will not be my major focus. There are
No, it
better
doesn't
things
have.
to focus on.
You keep saying major focus. You can focus on. Can he not do several things at the same time as
He
Nigerian
will do
president?
several things at the same time. He will do
Well, that
several
is what
things great.
Nigerians want. They want these
He
people
will
caught
do
and punished, and we
he
want
will
our
do
money back.
great. He will do several things at once, but you have to prioritize what you do. That is why you have what is it called in economics? Scale of preference. You have to prioritize what you do, given the limited time you have, and given the limited resources you have. Because to even pursue these people, it has to come with resources of government in it again. So, given these limitations, you have to
Do you have any?
prioritize
Do you know? Do you
these
have any
limitations. You
idea
have to
how much these
prioritize
people
your
have
activities.
stolen? Do you know how? Do you have any idea how much these people have stolen?
I don't know. I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is
Guess
that
at it.
what I'm saying is that, do you know how much it even costs Nigeria? This one they are saying that they are pursuing people that so. Do you know how much it also costs Nigerian government to even pursue those people till today? You know, so I think you have to, when you start your administration, you have to put things on scale and say which one is more important to you at this time. And start from there. He's not saying that totally he's not going to pursue those people. That's true.
He said that. He said
Oh,
it's not.
one man, I want you to, most at times, stop reading out only what papers say. Go and take the interview. Go and read.
That
Go
was a
and watch the video.
quotation from.
Go and watch the
That was.
video. Like
Don't,
like
don't
when
worry, I've watched enough of his interviews, and if you are saying that as
okay,
far back
wait.
as
Can
2019,
I
No,
interject?
no, no, no. I'm not trying to say but I'm trying to say go and watch the interview and get the exact wording. Like here now,
no, I've heard enough of his wordings to know where he is positioned. And you even said that in 2019 he said the same thing, that his administration will be loot and go, loot
is
and
not
go.
what he didn't say my administration will be loot and go. What he said is that he will not close down his shop and keep on pursuing thieves, and more thieves are taken from the shop. That is the analysis he gave in 2019.
No.
A
He
very
doesn't have to.
simple
He doesn't
analysis.
have to close down the shop. He just has
So
to
he
call the
said,
police.
he said, he said,
Should he call the police if
he
people are
said,
looting a shop? Should they
he
call the
said,
police?
he said that his major focus will be on what happens once he enter. He will start blocking the leakages anywhere people are
Yes,
leaking
no,
from.
he can
He will
do
block.
that. And good
So that
Good
is
luck,
a
Jonathan. No,
priority.
no,
I'm
don't
talking
worry about
about.
that. Good luck,
I'm talking.
Jonathan has already
I'm
started
talking
that
about.
process,
Listen,
so that's not new.
I'm talking about priorities. There is. You have to set your priorities and start from the first. Which one is the most important to you? Which one is the most critical to you at the moment? And start from there.
It's
I'm not
Can
saying
I
unbelievable.
I'm not saying
interject
you
one minute?
All right, let's hear
I'm
from
not saying
Ajan
you
Lekoko.
shouldn't do a lot of things at the same time,
All
but
right,
you have to prioritize.
all right, let's hear from Ajan Lekoko. The loot and go apparently Ajan Lekoko, but maybe I'm.
One man, I think we are biasing these presentations. Stop
All right,
biasing it, please. Yeah.
let's hear from Ajan
Um,
Lekoko.
my friend, I know the passion you have for Obi.
It's not about passion. It's not about passion.
No, yeah, you have passion for
It's not
him.
about passion. So let's not.
I know you are obedient, isn't it? Are you not?
Of course, I'm obedient, but it's
Oh,
not about.
okay, okay. You see, politicians, we have to hold them accountable for their words, for their statement, and for whatever they are doing wrong. That statement is a very, very bad statement. It's sending a bad signal to the looters that loot as much as you can, even though we have like 7 months to go, loot as much as you can, you will get away free. We are not going to probe you. That is a bad signal that message is telling us. It would have been better not to say anything. If we focus on, yes, we're going to plug loophole, we're going to make sure that it's impossible, we are not going to allow corruption, to flourish. We are going to make it impossible for corrupt practices in government, in government. Don't say we are not going to focus on probing. No. I can hear you making reference to Alhambra State that, this is what he did in Anambra, this and that. What is Anambra economy to Nigerian economy? One person just stole 80 billion. So we should not focus on that. And the way they have looted in this administration, we should just wish them away and just let them go. No, they have to be probed. It is better they don't make that statement. Don't make that statement. That guy is not supposed to make that. It's a very bad statement. It's sending a bad signal that Nigerian state is a corrupt state. You guys that are coming in, you are corrupt as well. You don't want to probe so that you can loot as well. and give room for the next administration coming after you not to come and probe you as well. That is a bad signal it's sending. So let us support our candidate on whatever, political agenda that they have for the country. But when they're making all this kind of ridiculous statement, let us hold them accountable. Let us say that, oh, this is a very bad system. Don't let us just be put our passion behind them and support them for every nonsense that they are saying. It's a very bad statement. That's just little I want to chip in.
All right.
Yeah, can I continue?
Yeah, continue. Yeah.
All right. Ajale Koko, did you watch this video when P2B was interviewed? I'm talking about this recent one.
Are you saying they are quoting him out of context? Did he not say that?
Listen, they are quoting him out of context. They asked him how are you going
Go on.
If you watch the video, they asked him, how are you going to do this thing about this corruption thing? He now said that his administration will focus more on blocking the leakages. And he now said that the way we fight corruption in Nigeria is that you don't just put 100% fighting corruption and you leave other things to go. That was the background he started. And before he now give example using this shop thing, you have a
that is even the wrong statement. No administration ever focused 100% on fighting corruption.
That was what he now said. And he now said that the administration will focus more on blocking the leakages. So he never said he's not going to fight corruption or probe anybody at all. Forget what this paper is reporting. Watch the video. You better understand.
It's quite a curious thing. But then contrast that with Ashore's headline, I will retrieve stolen money from our past Nigerian leaders. And Ashore is insisting that if they can go as far as to be retrieving money from Abata, who is dead, so why should this set of politicians get away with this? So is Ashore wrong then not to toe Peter Obi's line of the loot and go free?
Ashore is right in his own perspective too. He's right. But the only thing is that his administration should also put more energy in what happens when you enter. Put more energies in blocking the leakages. Put more energies in deploying technologies to make it increasingly difficult for this crime to thrive again. That is what we actually need in Nigeria right now.
Have you ever heard of the single treasury account? Have you heard of that?
I heard of single treasury account.
Okay, do you know who initiated it?
I think it was during the time of this guy.
Goodluck Jonathan.
Goodluck Jonathan, yes.
Right. Do you know what it was for?
It was just to make every government this thing have a single monitor thing so that any payment that is it not these remitter things?
Yes. So it is exactly. So it's not a new thing to say to block the ways that corruption takes place.
That single treasury account that single treasury account do you think he has covered anything right
No,
now?
because it's been abandoned by the Buhari administration. But
they are still using it. Are they not still using it?
Yeah, but they are not using it. They are not using it for the purposes that it was meant to serve.
So they are still using it.
But my point is that the processes of blocking corruption things, they've already started initiating that as far back as
I will tell you the processes of blocking corruption that is very simple.
Right.
Very, very simple. I will give you one example. And I will give you an example of what P2B did at the time of his time in Anambra State. One example. Do you know what P2B did? P2B had commissioners of works, house, and all those things. But P2B, if P2B wants to build any project in a school, for instance, he doesn't I'm sorry. He doesn't say, okay, which commissioner in Anambra State is in charge of this office? I say, okay, commissioner, okay, handle this. Do you know what he does? He goes straight to the school, meets the principal directly.
Yeah, but he can't do that as the Nigerian president.
Wait. He meets the principal directly and asks the principal.
No, forget all that. He can't do that as the Nigerian president, can he?
Yeah, he cannot do it this way as a Nigerian president, but he could still manufacture other ways to still prevent these things. It's not about saying you have single treasury account and at the end of the day, people are still messing around. Simple treasury account. Is it this one I wanted to collect transcript from my university in Nigeria, and I know what they did about this their remitter thing.
All right, but anyway, let's leave that. But it seems to me rather a curious thing to say that he's not going to probe
He
previous
didn't say
administration.
you are misquoting him. He never said
Well,
he's not
you
going
know,
to. Forget what you are reading from him. I
well,
said
don't
take time
worry.
and watch the
You're
video.
only going to make me track down the video, but
Yes, try and watch the video. It's
you
very
know,
important.
it seems to me a curious thing that he's not going to probe previous
He didn't say
administrations.
he's not going to prove
It
at
is
all. At all.
it's quite.
Never said it.
And you said he also said the same thing in 2019.
Watch
So
the
so
2019 debate with Osibanjo. He gave an example of the way they are fighting corruption. That they are putting all their energies closing their shop, trying to pursue.
do you think that do you think that that is not, however he worded it, do you not think that that is the wrong signal to send to space, just like Ajande Koko already argued with you, that if you give the impression that your focus is not going to be on probing looting, then it opens that window for people who are already in situation to loot
And let
even
me tell
more.
you, let me tell you one man. Let me tell you, a lot of people have still analyzed this space. I can give you one example. One somebody, very notable personality in Nigeria, who I know you might like his views. He has also explained his own stance on this issue of fighting corruption in Nigeria. You know this Catholic Bishop Hassan Kuka. I know you must have got a lot of his views on Nigerian issues, and you cannot tell me that he's not a brilliant fellow.
No, it's a bishop, but
Okay,
what did they have to say?
no, you can also listen to him on how what he said about the approach Buhari's administration has been taking in this pursuit of corruption, whatever, you know, and you see how he also criticized it. So it's not about that P2B said. I'm very sure that P2B didn't say I'm not going to fight like looters at all. He never said that. You know, he's not saying that he's not going to fight at all. But forget this media, the way they write, they will just pick up something and misrepresent facts. Watch
All
the
right.
video and hear the words.
All right. I don't think that they'll be writing something that he did not say.
Just watch
But
the video. Just watch
all
the
right.
video.
Let me acknowledge your super chat. Then I'll move you on. It says, Ayo says, why do most Obi supporters feel the need to defend everything he does? I hope they know they could be supporters and still be critical of wrong moves. I suspect they may not know that, Ayo, but thank you for the super chat because, of course, Obi walks on water. Why do most Obi supporters feel the need to defend everything he does? I hope they know they could be supporters and still be critical of wrong moves. So you would hope, but don't hold your breath. Thank you for the super chat, Ayo. As I take you on to the next talking point. So let me take you to the Tinubu space. So Tinubu to pick a Muslim running mate. So it is Abdullah Ganduje giving us this assurance now. So he's not actually giving us a name, but what he's telling us categorically that all the considerations that they're having is to a Muslim. And what we are hearing is that the names are being narrowed to Kashim Shatima or El Rufai. So that Muslim ticket is something that we've discussed ad infinitum, both on this platform and wider the Nigerian political space. So it looks as though whatever the pros and cons are, this guy has settled on it. But what is your take there? What level of backlash do you expect him to get from a Muslim ticket? And what gains do you expect him to get to counterweight that? So Tinubu now, they are assuring us is going to run a
Yeah,
Muslim ticket. Yeah.
from his own personal path to victory, it is an inevitable move. That is what he needs to do. You know, when you talk about path to winning the election, it's inevitable for him to choose a vice president Muslim. You know, he's going to have backlash from the Christians, the majority Christians in the South, you know. But at the same time, he is going to uh, he's going to gain more choosing a Muslim than what he would gain choosing a Christian. So I think it is inevitable for him, you know. So I think it is a move from personal perspective. It's a move on right direction towards victory, you know. So if I were him, I would also do what he has done, you know.
All right. And to the names being considered, El Rufai or Kashim Shettima, what are you making of those names? What do you think his
Why
chances
is he
will
not
be?
even considering Zulu?
No, I think Zulum has decided to withdraw himself from consideration.
Um, I don't know about Shetima, but if you ask me like between the two people, who should I take? I would say Shetima. I don't know much about him, but judging
It
from what
was a former Borno state governor.
I know to that level, but I think Erufai is more popular. If you ask me to analyze Erufai, his personalities, what he has done, and maybe how I perceive his tendencies, I don't know. I will just say, okay, Shetima, that from
In a vice presidential debate, when you have everybody lined up, and you have Okowa representing Atiku, and you have Baba Ahmed representing Peter Obi, in a choice between Shetima and El Rufai, who
no,
would
for
you?
in a debate, I'll give it to Erufai. I will tell Erufai to come. You know, Erufai is a smart guy. He's intelligent, I would say. He can argue out things in a debate. So in a debate, I will say bring Erufai. You know, but in terms of perception, how some Christians may perceive Erufai based on certain statements he has.
You know, he ran Muslim ticket in his second term as
Yes,
yeah.
I know, but based on certain statements he has. Sorry.
Do you need a glass of water? Do you want to get yourself a glass of
No,
water?
no, I think I have some symptom of what we call it.
Flu,
No, no, this pandemic. What do we call it again? Sorry.
COVID.
Yeah, COVID. Yeah,
Guy, don't
yeah.
have COVID though. I thought COVID is no longer fashionable to have COVID. What's wrong with you?
I don't really know.
It's not fashionable anymore.
I don't
But
really
carry on. Hopefully it's not. But yeah. So yeah. So you were talking about El Rufai and how he will present as a running mate.
Yes, from the angle of the way Christians might perceive him, the way Christians might, based on certain things he has said, and based on his views on certain issues, is what I'm only.
If you were Tinubu, if you win the election, who would you want as your vice, Shatima or El Rufai? As a vice president, who would you want to run a government with?
I will want Aero 5 in terms of. I think Aero 5 is a
You don't
development.
think it'll be too difficult to manage?
But he'll be very difficult. He'll
Hmm.
be a very difficult person. He will be like Obasanjo and Atiku.
An article.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
It will be a very, very difficult.
all right. Finally, let me take you back to your man, or now your second man, now Yusuf Dati Baba.
Yes, it's very important.
Yeah. So social media will vote in 2023. Labour
Yes,
Party's Yusuf Dati Baba are short. So
yes,
there's a lot of things to unpack from that headline. So the first thing to unpack is the acknowledgement that the phenomenon is essentially social media based. And really, I don't think there's too much argument on that the Obi phenomenon is essentially social media based. So we
yes,
acknowledge that. And then the second thing to note is that this is not the first time that we have seen a social media phenomenon within the Nigerian
Yes.
political space. We saw it with Shore in
Yes.
2023. And we
Yes.
also saw how that's translated for Shore in 2023. But the assurance now that the running mate of Peter Obi is giving us, that social media will translate into votes this time. So have you got your ticket to Nigeria to go and cast that vote, Saki?
Um, well, I've not got my ticket anyway. However, um, I don't think it is more of it is social media space.
So, firstly, do you acknowledge that the Peter Obi narrative is essentially a social media phenomenon? Do you
But
acknowledge
it
that?
has gone beyond that.
Right.
It has gone beyond that.
But is it largely a social media phenomenon?
Uh,
Where's the preponderance of it? Where is it at its most fervent?
anyway, it depends on the it depends on the what do we call it? It depends on the geopolity we are looking at. If I look at the
Okay,
south,
do it in percentage terms. Don't do it in geopolitical terms. Do it overall, but in percentages.
so if it was
In
if,
percentage
if
terms,
it
how much
was
of it is social media?
if it was 100% social media at start, now it has reduced by at least 45%.
So it's 55% social media and
Yes,
45% real world
yes,
politics. This is what
yes,
you're saying.
yes.
All right.
So, but however, like what I said, you see how the paper reported it when they are saying that Baba Ahmed said unusual. So you made a comment now that he said unusual, unusual data something something something.
It says unusually I am in the data and some and
All right.
statistics business.
I watched the video. I watched the interview. That
Yeah.
interview was one was on channels, the other one was on Arise. I watched the interview.
Right.
The guy said that people are arguing that P2B's presence, P2B supporters are just present on social media. So the guy now said, Baba Ahmed now said, he laughed. After laughing, he said that as an economist, that he works with data, and data and statistics is a very good business for him. That he has taken time to look at data and he has plotted a lot of graphs. And he now said that during this analysis, he took one airline as a sample and look at how people are booking towards February, that is post December time, to see the number of bookings people have done post December time, which is the time towards the election period. And he saw that there is an increase in that very data. He saw like there is an increase in that very booking around that time. So he now said, yes, that same social media you are taking is social media. That they
So
will vote.
these people that are booking to come and vote for Peter B, would they be facilitated to vote without PVC?
Some of them have, like me now, I have PVC. If I go to Nigeria, I can vote. So some of them have PVC. And there was a space I entered. That very space was organized by a notable senator. And somebody, that very person was a Yoruba guy, not even an Igbo. The Yoruba guy said that he traveled to Nigeria, to do his PVC, and he came back. And that he will go back during the election. So he was trying to tell people how the level of engagement in this election he has, the level of commitment.
So how
He has
representative
traveled.
how representative is that person?
So I am trying to tell you that there are people that are even taking this risk. I don't want to discountenance the fact that there are people that are taking the risk. So if somebody can say that, it means that there are other people that are not even taking this as a joke. I don't want to know the number. But what I'm trying to tell you,
You have to know the numbers now. The number is
there is another thing I want to tell you.
yeah.
A friend of mine who is domiciled in Germany right now,
Right.
he called me, and And he was asking me, what is the effort I'm making to sensitize people back home? I now asked him, what have you done to sensitize people? He said that he like distributed 3,000 to about 27 people in his clan. I was telling them, go and register for PVC. Show me evidence that you have registered, and I'll send you 3,000 naira. So that is a way that social media is incentivizing the people on ground.
Money politics? Is that
No,
money?
it's not about money. It's
Is
like
that
this
money
is
politics?
no, this is you are talking about social media. How
Is
to
that
say
is that
That's a money inducement now.
is that money politics?
you are talking about money
That's money
politics. You are
politics.
talking
That's
about
financial inducement.
no, money
People are
politics. You are
talking
talking no.
My goodness,
ẹbí ti
me.
gbèdé orí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì
I'm not
dìbò
sure you
fún
should
àkóso bẹ̀.
No. I don't let
Is it
Dìbò fún
paid them in
àkóso bẹ̀
crypto?
on íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì.
God, money
sorry.
On
politics.
social media.
No, I beg. See,
That is what you have just done now. You said, go and show me your, and I will pay you $3,000. I mean, 3,000 naira.
No, it's like he's giving a giveaway. It's like a way of contributing, a giveaway.
The same thing politician does. Vote for us and I will give you money.
He's not doing it as if he's...
Is that not what happened at the Ekiti election?
He's not doing it as if... Wait. He's not doing it as if he's buying... As if he's telling you...
He's using style, Abi. He's using style.
He's telling you not to vote.
One day you will tell him, go and vote. And then I will give you money as well. That's what it will happen now.
Today, wait. Today, a friend of mine celebrated his birthday. And do you know what he did? He said he's going to do a giveaway in the spirit of the birthday. He's going to do a giveaway that is 100,000. 5,000 to 20 people. But he said his condition of this giveaway is that you must show evidence that you have registered.
That is bribery too. You don't bribe people to go and vote or get their card.
Because you people are saying, you people are saying it is social media. But this is a way the people on that very social media are incentivizing people on ground.
You don't have to pay them anything. You don't have to pay them anything for their civic responsibility. It will graduate into another thing. This is the foundation. You are building a very bad foundation. Then what you have shown to them now by giving them money to go and get PVC, on election day, they'll be looking forward to somebody to pay them. And if you OB people don't pay them, APC pay them, they go and vote for APC. That is what is going to happen. You are building, you are giving them money to carry out their civil responsibility. It is wrong.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Suppose you are outside Nigeria, and
yes.
you have family members that you take care of. Many of them, like 20 of them, in the extended family clan, and many of them are begging you money, and you are telling them, "I won't give you money. Go and register for PVC. Show me that you have registered. Then I can answer you." Is it not a way you are? Are you not? Is it not a way from your own angle? You are trying to sensitize them the need to know the importance of registering and participating in elections. Will somebody now come and begin to condemn you?
But you have a candidate you are
passionate your family members.
Hold on, you have a candidate. Hold on, Saki. Saki, you have a candidate that you are passionate about. Yes. So when you are telling them to go and register, you are not telling them to go and register to vote their conscience, are you? So you are registering them so that you can mobilize them for your candidate.
I'm talking to my family members. I'm talking to my family members who I take care of. And then there is a candidate I'm passionate about, and I believe in this candidate. I have seen what this candidate have done.
So after giving them 3K,
and I know that this candidate is good. Then I'm now encouraging my own family members in my own little way to go and register. Telling them I'm going to do a giveaway for them. To go and register. It's a way of encouraging them. I don't see it as I'm selling votes. It's not about selling votes.
All right. How is that different from what Senator Adeleke is doing?
No, because you people have been saying it is only online. I'm trying to give you examples, of a way to see it for
that you are bribing people. You are bribing people to go for this.
I want to correct something. That statement has been corrected. I will send you a link. That statement, Yusuf even even said it during press conference. He said that they
Well,
will not go unpunished. That they even know people that are sponsoring
so
Boko
it's been
Haram.
corrected. It's been corrected. So it's different from if it was not said, which is what this guy was. Sorry, but Saki was trying to tell us
So
about.
Yes,
continue
that
on
statement has been corrected. Yes.
another level. We have finished this one. Like
Uh,
take another dimension.
So that there's no need to stretch it again. It has been
oh,
corrected,
oh,
and you should also stretch on it too. They will not go unpunished.
all right. Because that is what we want. We don't want the looters to go unpunished. Whether you are focusing on the shop or not. If a thief steals from the
So
shop, you don't
so
have to
please
chase the
what
thief. Call the police.
so so please one man stop seeing this as still a social media something. It
You
has
know,
come
I
And
don't.
one man,
Can you
meanwhile,
hold on? Can you hold on? Just let's close, cool it down with the. Uh, sorry, Saki. And I don't agree with your permutations. By the way, that it is 45% real life politics and 55% online politics. I would say it's about 80% online politics, or even 85%. I'm not aware
okay.
that. Yeah, but that's just why.
Okay.
Because that's what it reads like more. Because everywhere I hear of Peter B is just online. You
Forget
know.
about what people are saying. Maybe you are more online. Ask people around. Those online people, ask them what have you done on your own part to encourage people to register on ground. People that are on ground, they will still tell you their stories. So by that very perspective, you can make your judgment. So don't just sit down and say it is only online. I know someone here like Joel of Nashville must have must have done a lot to make people on ground register from his own angle. I know this Emmanuel Obuna must have also done a lot to make people on ground register. So it's not about sitting down and be saying it is online, 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 online. Are you don't be like this guy who this Archimedes, the Archimedes of Sicily, you know, that keep doing mathematics and the enemy scale. So let's not keep talking about this. It is online, 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 online.
Oh, no, it's an online phenomenon until we see it in. You know why people are
I'm
beating.
telling you, I'm telling
No,
you,
no, you can't tell me now. You know
I've
what
been
will.
talking. I've been talking with a lot of people,
Yeah,
and I know
no.
I ask questions. I have been talking with a lot of people back home, and I ask questions. I have friends. I have friends in like maybe Edo State, very well. I have friends in Lagos. I have no Yoruba. I have Yorubas who are my friends, and we
I'm
share
in Nigeria. I know what
ideas
is happening here. I'm in
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria. So I have a lot of Yorubas in Nigeria who are my friends, and I ask questions from them. So let's forget about this. If we keep
You,
on saying
you,
this
you, you,
online,
you, you
online,
know, you
online,
know what,
online,
Saki? You know
we're
what,
making a
Saki?
mistake.
Do you know
Yeah.
what? It's going to remain an online phenomenon until it's tested at the ballot. Because,
Can I ask you? Can
yes,
I ask you? Can I ask you a question? One more.
yeah.
Remember, initially you said that the only way you can give P2B a success if he can get up to 1 million votes. Remember, you said something like that before.
I don't recall, but take me to where you're taking me to.
That there was something you said before that they are not looking at P2B to
Oh,
win.
yeah, no,
But his
yeah.
measure of success,
I did say that,
his
but
measure of success is how
yeah,
many votes. That if he's able to pull up to 1 million votes, then
yes,
you can raise up your hand for him. Is it not what you said
yeah,
before?
yes. I think
So,
I said that.
so
Yeah.
right now, right at this point, are you still on that limit of 1 million?
No. I have to recalibrate, because I can't stick to a position that is no longer tenable. So
Thank
that
God.
position is no longer
Thank God.
tenable.
Thank
So
God
so his measure of
flexible.
success is
Thank God you are flexible.
no, of course I'm flexible now because
You're very flexible.
politics is dynamic, so I have to go with the current that was the reality at that time, but the new reality of this time. So of course it's going to get a million votes. I mean, now I'm looking to see if he's able to secure the southeast, which I suspect he will be. But what I am really looking to, because the Southeast have always been apathetic to the Nigerian political space because they've never felt a sense that they have anything at stake or it has anything to offer them. So now they have something at stake and it has something to offer them. So that would then give us then a real feel of the voting strength and numbers in the Southeast because we know that they are highly mobilized, we know that they are determined, and we know that they are going to vote for B. So if he sweeps up all of that vote, then that will give us a good feel. And that's why, by the way, I'm glad he didn't get Kwakwanso and he got this guy. So he remains the star name. So everything is attributable to him. So if he sweeps up all of the Southeast, we know that they are going to vote en masse, that will give us a clearer picture of the voting numbers in the Southeast, and then two, their voting strength, their strength within the Nigerian political play.
Sorry, I will cut in shortly about the behavior of the South.
Go on.
If you look at history, at least from 1999 to today, I will tell you that the highest apathy that has been experienced in the southeastern region is this Buhari's administration. Buhari administration portrayed itself as if to say there is a deliberate, consistent national policy, that is clearly biased against the Southeast during this administration. During the time of Obasanjo, the Southeast was not this apathetic towards political engagement.
But the Southeast has never had a stake in politics since 1999 till now.
When I talk about apathetic, I'm not talking about Southeast wanting to be president. If Buhari's administration were to be like something like Obasanjo's administration or Yar'Adua's administration, the Southeast will not be crying so much that they need a leader that should come from the Southeastern zone like this. During the time of Obasanjo, if you look at his appointments, a lot of people he worked with were smart, super brains from Southeast, South. During that time, you hear people like, if they tell you that this is Minister for Information, you'll be proud. Somebody like Frank Weke Jr., you go to a Ministry of Health, you hear people like Professor Yita Yolambo, so he worked with super smart brains. So his administration did appointments on the basis of competence, more of. So the Southeastern people were not looking at.
Yeah, but the point I'm making, Saki, is that now more than ever in the history of this Fourth Republic, this is the most energized that the Southeast has been to vote for reasons that they have a realistic opportunity at being players.
Not even because of that. Not even because of that. It is because of the candidates. It is because of P2B. If you think they are talking about presidency, if you bring someone like Uzodimma or Okorocha, they will not do like this. I'm telling you, they will not react like this. They will rather throw their votes to Osibanjo. Osibanjo is the man we have even been targeting. Suppose P2B is not here. Osibanjo is the man everybody wants to root for. The Southeast
I want to disagree with you. Even if it is Okorocha, if it's looking really good for Okorocha, Southeasterner will put their weight behind it. If we are to be Okorocha, hold on. If we are to be Okorocha,
what are you telling me?
Looking good. Hold on. If we are to be Okorocha and it's looking good for him, if he had cleaned the ticket of APC, the whole of
can I say something?
Hold on, let me land.
Let Ajanle Koko land. Yeah, carry on Ajanle Koko.
If Okorocha had won the ticket of APC,
you are wrong.
Can you hold on?
God, for God's sake.
Sorry, carry on Ajanle Koko. You come after Ajanle Koko, Oliver, but not as well as him. So you can't be two people talking at the same time. Sorry, Ajanle Koko, carry on.
If it had been Okorocha that clinched the ticket of APC, and it's looking good that it can be the president, the whole Southeasterner, the whole what do you call it? Ohanese will put their weight behind him. Elders will put their weight. Southeasterner will put their weight behind him. What are you talking about? That is because it's Obi is a special. That's why you are putting.
I'm not sure I agree with you, Ajanle Koko, but I think
Ajanle Koko is wrong.
This thing you say clearly tells me that you don't know the political sphere in Southeastern zone.
Oh, really? Do you think I've just been following politics?
Oh, in the Southeast, I'm talking about the Southeastern political perspective.
I support Ajanle Koko.
When you have not had it before, and it's looking 100%. Good that you're going to be president for the first time, you're saying that you're going to support you're not going to support it.
All right. I disagree with Ajale Koko, but let's hear
I
from
disagree
Oliver.
with Ajale Koko.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not going to happen with Hope Uzodinma
all right,
or
hold
Rochas
on.
Okorocha or
Can you,
Kanu.
Oliver, please don't do that. Let me invite you in and then you speak. So I disagree with Ajale Koko, but let's hear from Oliver first, then I'll put my disagreement. So Oliver, let's hear from you. So I disagree with Ajale Koko. Oliver, now we invite you to talk, you're not talking. When we wanted you not to talk, you're talking. Oliver.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at just
Can you hear me?
We can also hear ourselves twice, but because
this is my first time.
Yes, good to have you.
I'm joining the platform. I'm calling from USA.
Go on. You wanted to disagree with that Ajale Koko, so let's hear your thoughts.
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying about Ajale Koko, he does not know the politics of southeastern Nigeria. Okay, when it comes to the politics of southeastern Nigeria, their politics is based on what is based on what who they feel that is the right person. It doesn't matter because Hope Uzodinma, that guy is a fair man. He doesn't know anything. Okorocha is a thief. Kanu is a thief. They will never vote for them. It doesn't matter. They are coming out because Obi is the right man. This is why they are all luring towards Obi. It's not because he's from Igbo or whatever. That's not the politics of Igbo.
Obi is equally a criminal now.
All right. Hold on.
Can you prove it?
Can you hold on?
Can you prove it?
Oliver, hold on. I don't agree with you in the way you phrased it, Oliver, but I agree with the spirit of it. I don't think the Southeast will back Rochas Okorocha, no, or Hope Uzodinma, no. Not just for reasons that it's a Southeasterner, because they find them repugnant as people. But I think why they've gathered around Obi is his clean-cut image, which aligns with how they want to be seen. So I think it's really more the clean-cut image added on to the fact that he's a son of the soil is what really excites the Southeast. But I don't think they will be as enthused with somebody like Okorocha, who everybody wants to stone on the street, or that they want to come.
One man, can I interject? Can I interject?
I still have the space. One more. Thank you.
One man.
Yeah.
Do you know that we are tribal in Nigeria?
No, we are tribal, but also, also
principled. Is Tinubu the best choice or the best person we can have in Yoruba land? Is Tinubu the best person we can have from Yoruba land?
But the Yorubas are not presenting him as
Are you going to tell me that? Are you going to tell me that Yoruba people, absolute Yoruba people, will not vote for Tinubu?
Well, that's subject to.
No, just answer. I would say no. Okay, let that time of election come. You will see.
Oh, goodness me. Emmanuel, you have to stop doing that now. When somebody else is talking. Yeah?
Yes. Look, Southeasterners have been denied this position for a long time. If we are to be Okorocha today, that it look good, that is going to be the president.
They wouldn't back him. No, they would not.
Oh, God. When people put their statement out there, and all the politicians right there are putting their weight behind him, you see the Easterner the Northerner putting their weight behind him, you said they're not going to back him.
No, I don't think they will.
Go and check the history.
I don't think they will. I think they've been more sophisticated in.
Go and check the history.
You don't really know their politics.
The Second Republic, Azikiwe was the leader from the East. The old Easterner voted
that was
for
back
him.
in the day. Now
It's still the same tribal politics we are playing. It's still the same when it comes to number one position. It's still the same.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you? Sorry. Can I ask you?
Yeah, go on now.
Yeah, currently, do you know what they call this Okorocha in Igbo land today? Do you know the name they give to him?
Forget what they call him. If it's Okorocha, the only guy you have, you guys will soundly support him.
I'm trying to come from somewhere. Do you
No,
know what?
forget about whatever it is. If it is Okorocha that you guys have, with what I know
No,
about
no.
Southeast
I'm trying
politics,
to come
you guys
somewhere.
will queue
I'm trying to come
behind him.
somewhere.
All right, carry
Do
on.
you know
Sir.
what? Do you know what the Igbo people are calling Okorocha right now today?
Okoro thief or something, Abi?
They are calling him Okoro Aosa.
Hmm.
That is the name they gave to him when he became, after he became governor under Apoga and then converted to APC and then started doing a lot of nonsense in Imo State. People thought to start calling him Okoro Aosa, that he is just for the Hausa people, that he is just for the North and nothing more. So that hatred started. Igbo people, in fact, one man.
Is that not a double standard? Didn't Obi cross from Apga to PDP? What is
know
the
how
difference
Igbo
in that?
people hate
What has Okorocha done wrong from Apga to APC? Is it because APC is Buhari's? Is that why you hate Okorocha?
No, the way he was doing, what he started doing when he was a
Or
governor.
is because he can speak Hausa language friendly?
No,
What is the problem?
it's not because of
No,
that.
his politics is because he brought APC to Southeast. I know the politics very well. That's the major thing. That's his sin in the Southeast.
That is the thing.
Obi is not different from all of them. They are the same thing. Obi abandoned Abga that was handed to him. He abandoned it. He ran to PDP. What are you talking about? Obi is criminal. Okorocha is a criminal. Kanu is a criminal. Tinubu is a criminal. Atiku is a criminal. They are all criminals.
Obi is not a criminal, sir. Obi is not a criminal. Tell me what he has stolen. Tell me what he has stolen.
One man, can I interject, please? Can I interject, please?
All right. Everybody settle down. We take Joel's interjection and then we go back to Saki to round off his thoughts, and then we go to Adanle Koko to progress the conversation. So to you, Joel.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Afternoon, morning, everywhere you are. I just want to interject real quick. Ajene Koko, I think you are so wrong, so wrong in your assertion that the Southeast will vote Okoro Hausa. Yes, they will vote Okoro Hausa, but you know what? The reason why it is going to be different is that it's not going to be a movement. See, I want you guys to understand this, whether you like it or not. The Southeastern voters are very sophisticated. You can't buy them easily.
It's a lie.
Not aren't we seeing several videos when they are bribing people to vote over there?
No, we do not watch Igbo land. Can I finish, please? You guys were talking. Can I
All right, let Joel land.
Can I just say something? Can I just land? You guys have been talking.
Carry on.
So that is who the Southeasterners is. Carlo, let me tell you, Carlo, that's Carlo, Rochas, those three people. If you put
what's the difference between them and Obi? What's the difference between them and Obi? Tell me the difference.
Please, it's an insult. It's an insult to put them and Obi in the same sentence. It's an insult to put Obi and Tinubu in the same sentence. It's an insult to put Obi and Atiku in the same sentence.
They are politicians vying for office.
We know what they did in office. We know what Obi did in office.
I know what Obi did in office.
You cannot tell us what they did in office. We know what he did in office.
What Obi did in office.
We know what he did in office. Rochas, when you go to Imo State today, if you go to Imo State today, all the roads Imo State, all of them has gone. You cannot pinpoint one road now and say they've all been washed away. So when we are talking about leaders, we know who we are talking about in the Southeast. Thank you.
I mean, let me interject these people today. They lie about Obi too much.
All right, but not over him. Okay, so you said that a bit. So now let's hear it. But let him speak, everyone, so that we hear. You can disagree after he has landed. So yeah, let's have it. Enigmatic.
You know what actually riles me up is the way they want to just present this their Obi as if all of us don't know Obi. I was in Anambra State, Obi in Gige, and then this guy Obiano. They performed way better than Peter Obi. Do you want to talk about the IGR or the infrastructure they put on ground? But when we are talking about politics in Nigeria, Obi I see Obi, I lump him in the same category as every other people. When they talk about Atiku, you want to shop his head. They are happy. When they talk about Tinubu, they want to shop his head. They are happy. Look at the way they are throwing everyone else under the bus. But when it comes to this, they raise him up as if he wasn't the one that they had to use a certain Ikemba to get him back to the second to win his second term in office, as if he wasn't the one that abandoned Abga, that he was supposed to have used Abga to launch himself to the national prominence. He ran to PDP in 2019. Up until 2 months ago, this Peter Obi was a running mate to the same Atiku that you guys are throwing under the bus now. Atiku is a looter. Atiku is a thief.
He wasn't a running mate.
Listen to me. Peter Obi was almost a vice president to a looter, to a thief. What does that make him? Does that make him a pope? Does it make him a saint?
Sorry, enigmatic. You said severally that Peter Obi is also a thief. So are you just saying it as a sweeping statement that all Nigerians are looters?
One thing I will say, I'm not going to take too much, but one thing I will say now, instructively, right? If Peter Obi's guys are here, and with what I see already now, everybody knows my position about Showore, but I hate this double standard. If they are very sure that their Peter Obi will be the next president of Nigeria, you can be the referee. I put $10,000 down. Let's put it on a bet. $10,000 now. Let's put it on a bet. I'm not going to say more than this.
$10,000 for what? Is it like a bet?
What's the bet?
That
their Peter Obi, when the real campaign comes, is going to stand the test of time by the time they start pulling stuff out for him. Like they are saying Peter Obi was saying he has never traveled in a private jet. But do you know last during 2019 he was traveling on a private jet for straight 2 months for $600,000, and he still has almost $300,000, indebted to that. That's a fact. And these things will come out. Things will come out by the time you read the election starts.
One man, can we go to another topic, please? This one don't get on.
Hold on. Enigmatic. That's an unfair bet. It's like you want to rob people.
I'm not robbing anybody. If they sure. No. This noise is too much. This noise is too much. We know Peter Obi is doing a Southeast movement. He's doing an Igbo. Up until 2 months ago, it was IPOB or nothing. It was Biafra or nothing. It was Nnamdi Kanu or nothing. Now it is Peter Obi or nothing. They are not letting anybody listen. Peter Obi is a typical Nigerian politician. It's not different from any of these guys.
Oh my God. Enigmatic, I can't believe you are saying this, but it's okay.
Why would you believe? Because I'm telling you the fact. Is he not a politician? You are not saying anything that is factual.
Why
are you carrying him like a saint? Why are you carrying him like he's coming to? What are you guys doing, man? People cannot even
telling you what he did.
People cannot even scrutinize this guy. Ulata came over here with facts. You guys will debunk it. But when they come with Atiku, Atiku is a thief. Has Atiku stolen from you? Did you steal from your house? Atiku is a thief. Go and bring what Obi stole.
Where my brother,
but this same Peter Obi was almost the vice president to a thief that you guys are calling a thief.
You're in Nigeria, my brother.
Yesterday, 2 weeks ago, Kwakwanso was the best man in the north. Overnight is the worst. This guy is an Islamic fundamentalist, but is okay. But Pantami is bad. So you guys need to listen to yourself and listen to the hypocrisy.
Are we the only one talking about Patami? Is Patami only to the southeast or to the whole Nigeria? Come on, please.
I really appreciate your time, but if they are really sure that Peter Obi is going to be the next president in February, I put a bet of $10,000 down. If they know, if they are really sure that all this their noise will amount to presidency, they should. One of them should bring it down.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. So it's everybody's subjective view. And the one thing that we will always allow is subjective views. So that was his subjective view. And you cannot say that is not a view held by quite a few people. but a lot of people hold views to the contrary. So that is it. It's a political debate. That's what we're having, a political debate.
But woman, can I ask you one question, please?
Go on.
Why is it that we have someone like Ajele Koko or Enigmatic, make a sweeping argument? When you have a sweeping judgment, how can you say this is the way the Southeast revolts? No, you cannot say that.
No,
You
that's
cannot
their
say that.
That's
I
their
cannot say.
subjective. It's a subjective view now.
Say that the whole Yorubas. I can't say the whole Yorubas will vote Tinubu. You understand me? But I will feel bad if, as knowledgeable as the Yoruba claim to be, that the best they could offer Nigeria is Tinubu. Let's start from there.
Hold on, Joel. It's their subjective view now. I'm sure you'll be the first to tell us that they are entitled to their subjective views. Just as you express your subjective views, which so long as they don't swear,
don't cloud the whole group now. Igbos are too big to be managed in one sentence. You understand me? No doubt. If Okorocha were to be a candidate in the Southeast, definitely the Southeast will vote for him. But saying that he's going to make a movement, he's going to make that woman in the village get up and go get her PVC because he wants to vote Rochas, that is the point. No, the people that will vote Rochas is just the normal vote population.
Yeah, but it'd be a different type of politics because, of course, Peter Obi is playing to his strength, which is this. It's a pious sort of politics that Peter Obi is playing. He's playing to piety, so that's where he feels his strength is. But Okorocha cannot play pious politics, so he will play whichever politics suits his personality. So it's a.
Go ahead, woman. Go ahead.
All right, back to you, Saki. So you see, Saki now always subjective. Everybody with different opinions.
Yes,
Saki.
I see. Yeah, I see. Well, please, should I ask for something on this platform?
Go on.
People should just bring their views, but don't bring your view in such a manner that it will be perceived as if you are very much annoyed or angry over certain sentiments, and you on that very basis trying to dish out some falsehood or allegation that are not verifiable. No one has come here now to say that P2B was flying private jets at his way. That is a very wrong narrative.
Do you know anything to the contrary? Do you know something to the contrary?
I don't know anything to the contrary. So if I don't know anything to the contrary,
one man I know what they are referring is this claim.
Okay. If I don't know anything to the contrary, the person that is making that claim should always bring out facts. Then another issue I want to bring, because people keep saying that Peter will be moving from Apuga to another party. It makes him to be a bad man. This is a superficial argument.
No, not a bad man, just a typical Nigerian politician.
Changing from one party to another is not my problem. Changing from one party, maybe this person decides to move from this party to another party. That is not my problem. My problem is the personality. What is your character? What is your personality? How do you behave? What is your private life like? What is your public life like? That is the argument we should be placing. So this guy that's always keep on emphasizing on the fact that Peter will move from Apaga to a PDP. This is like leaving substance to pursue shadow. This is
that the narrative. You know that the narrative that Peter B is selling it invites that, because he's selling a narrative of a conscientious, puritanical sort of a clean cut.
Now you are a Puritan. Does it mean that you can't leave a party? Does it mean that if you're in America today, you cannot change from America to maybe another country?
No. That's fine. But what people are saying, because he is presenting this puritanic sort of, then people want to counter that, because
so how does changing party, defy your puritanical disposition?
It doesn't necessarily either way, but it's a typical Nigerian politician thing to do.
It's not an argument we should just be talking about. This is not
This is not an issue. You
Oh,
know, if
all right.
Osibanjo should come to Labour Party today, and he's the presidential candidate, and he's the only presidential candidate that I see is making sense, and we vote him, and we encourage people to vote him. Before this election started, where I was praying. I said, if APC should be very intelligent, let them present to Osibanjo. Osibanjo is the person I feel that has what I think I should consider in a leader. You know, that because me, I don't vote on basis of maybe your ethnicity or your religion. That's not my point. My point is looking at the person. Does he exude those qualities I'm looking for? That is what captivates me. So I don't want people to come here in annoyance that P2B's people are trying to oversell him, and then you come out of anger and maybe envy that they are trying to oversell him,
No,
and
what
you
will
make
be
some
what?
and you make some claims. No, and you make some claims that are really, I would say, carrying the argument to a dangerously unfair level. So I don't like it. You know, you should focus on things that matter. Changing party is not an issue. You should focus on things that matter. And you talk about Apuga is just Apuga has been consistent in only Anambra State. So you need to come to the national. That is how the Easterners vote. During the Guba election, they will always vote Apuga in Anambra State. But during the national election, they will always vote PDP. That is the way they normally vote. You know,
Exactly.
so that is the way they normally vote. So saying that P2B changed from Apuga to another party, this is not the issue we should be discussing. What you should be discussing is this person. Where was he? How has he been? Where is he coming from? How is private life like? How is his public life? He has done this, he has done this. How is it like? This is what you should argue.
It's
Not
Peter
to tell
Obi,
people
so
that you
sorry,
can't speak party.
Saki. Would you say that Peter Obi's politics is based on ideology? Do you think it's an ideologue politician? Is he?
I don't know what you mean by based on ideology, please. Can you get it in
If
real
he has a set of principles and beliefs, because he's painting this narrative of him being for anti-corruption, pro-people, practical politics, a social
P2B's
democrat.
ideology,
Yeah.
P2B's ideology centers the summary of his ideology is prudent management of resources. That
All
is
right.
his
Okay.
principle that
Would
has
you
guided him over the time.
would you give that attribution to PDP?
And
What
let
you've
me
just
tell
said.
you, and let me
No,
tell
no,
you
hold
something
on,
one
hold
more.
on. Let's sequence it. Let's do it in order. What you have just described now, those attributes, would you attribute them to PDP? What you've just described that underpins Peter Obi's politics.
There is no political party in Nigeria that has an ideology that drives them.
Yeah,
I've always said this.
Peter Obi's ideology, does it find home in PDP?
I'm talking about P2B's ideology as a person.
Yes.
If he becomes president of Nigeria, even as a PDP president, that principle will guide him as a person.
Because what you described as Peter Obi's ideology is the direct opposite of what PDP is.
No, I'm not talking about party level because there is no party in Nigeria that has ideology. They are not driven by ideologies. There is no party in Nigeria that is driven by ideologies.
Would you say PDP and Peter Obi, would you say they are natural bedfellows?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, that they fit in together.
Anyway, I've told you that political parties in Nigeria are just platforms.
No. The question, now you understand the question. Would you say Peter Obi, based on how you have described him, and PDP, based on how you know them, would you say they are natural bedfellows?
So if I take the people in PDP, I'm not talking about PDP as party, but I'm talking about personalities. Their own personal ideologies might be quite different from P2B's own personal ideology. So, what I'm trying to say in effect is that no matter the party P2B comes from, if he becomes the president of Nigeria, his personal ideologies will always guide him because there is no ideology in any political party in Nigeria that drives leadership in Nigeria. That is my own way of thinking.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Yeah.
Go on, land that final point.
Yeah, there was something a point I wanted to make because You know, you one man, you've been saying for a very long time that P2B doesn't have a manifesto, you know, that
Yeah.
he doesn't have any smart ideas. I think he
No, no,
has.
I didn't say it doesn't have. I said he has not presented.
Okay, he has not presented, but I
All right.
think that P2B has the smartest. He's going to have the smartest manifesto
Right.
from the way I look at things,
Right.
and it is very simple. You
Mhm.
know, he has already said something like that. And that is what I'm even expecting him to say, because that was how he did in Anambra, what he did in Anambra State. When he came to Anambra State, he didn't go much to write so much. What he did was to bring the MDGs and took the MDGs goals as his as the basis of his manifesto. So that was what he did in Anambra State. And this time around, I know he's going to take his manifesto from SDGs. You know, he's going to follow the SDGs guidelines to like do his.
Do you think administering Anambra State is a good preparation for governing Nigeria?
Yeah, it is good. It is. Is it not from the known that you go to the unknown? It's from the known that you go to the unknown. You know, I think in the Bible they will say, "That little I've given to you, uh, what did you do with it to ask for more?" So the little you have, how did you do it? How did you achieve results? From that very basis, we can know how you will do if we give you more. So somebody that's governed Anambra State, as a state and did very well. I think if you give him more to do, he will
And you
still
think
do
that
well.
is good preparation for governing Nigeria?
Of course, it's good. It's a preparation for him.
All right. Okay. All right. Brilliant. Well put. So well done. By the way, Saki, you held your nerves. You held your composure.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. Before when I started this platform, when I came newly in this platform, I most of the times I allow you to overshadow me with your thoughts. But
No, don't let
recently,
me do that. To
no,
push me back.
recently,
You know, I
recently,
would say push me
recently, I
back.
studied. I
Yeah.
studied one man, and I understood one man very well. So as
No.
you are coming, I'm also coming at the same time. So
Yes. No, that's the way.
I will
So
never,
so so
I,
so we push each
I
other.
will
The
never
only
allow
thing is
you to. I
we'll
will
be
never allow
civil.
you to overshadow my thoughts.
No, no, don't let me do that. Oh,
I
well,
will never allow you.
I'm just a dumb. I'm not really that clever, you know. And I think you probably conclude. I just like to pretend like I know what I'm talking
But
about.
you are
But
very funny. Don't
uh,
worry.
uh, uh,
Don't worry. If P2B becomes president of Nigeria, we will tell him to appoint you the minister for information,
for Baba Salah,
because
minister.
you will do that one very well.
Uh,
Propaganda.
propaganda.
You will
Yeah,
do that one very
Propaganda
well.
minister.
yeah.
Minister for propaganda.
All right. But also to note, Saki, I'm always flexible to change my opinion because I don't go contrary to fact. You know, I try not to because I'll be dumb now. So when you were saying that, I said at the measure of Peter B, I haven't said 500,000, but that patently is not the case anymore because you can see the momentum. But I'm still not seeing him beyond the southeast. So until I see him beyond the southeast, then I cannot think of him beyond the southeast. But let me take Sonny Uta's super chart and then I'll go on to Ajan Lekoko. It says Nigerians are the elite politicians and those are other ones that gain from the enslavement of the people. Break it up, save lives. Obi is not a saint. Nigerians are the elite politicians and those other ones that gain from the enslavement of the people. Break it up now and save lives. Obi is not a saint. So there it is right there. And I think that tone of Obi being a saint somewhat is if anybody takes my recommendation, is one that they should be, because people are going to and they have already started interrogating his records. So you cannot, you know what, and it's not anti-Igbo or anti-Obi, I'm sure. At least the people on this platform, I'm sure they are sophisticated enough to know that. This chap is vying to be the president of Nigeria. So it would be remiss, derelict in duty if we don't interrogate him. And the next person to interrogate him, of course, the mighty Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, good to have you. So Ajale Koko, let's start you off from this one. Almost comical, really. And I think this guy is milking the last vestiges of the attention that is gotten from his interaction with Peter Obi. We still want Peter Obi as our vice president, but there is a deadline. Kwakwanso still speaking and still using the Peter Obi name to trend. What are you then making of that headline, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, one man. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Let me urge everybody listening to us to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe. I don't know why Kwakwanso is still making that statement. Obi have moved on. We have urged both of them to leave each other alone and then go and do it separately and do it the best way they can do it. We have said it here that all the meeting they were having there then was just a meeting to eat Ishewu, Ogbono, Apu, Tuwoshin Kafi, Ogogoro, and cow milk. But it ended up the way we expected, that there's no way they could have a merger between two of them, because two of them represent they are the body, they are the head and the body of the party, of their separate party. They are the face of their party. If any one of them should, step down for the other, whoever that step down, the party will die. So, and they don't want to risk that, and that's why they could not reach agreement between two of them to step down, for one to step down for the other. Obi have choose his own vice president, which we know that the person he choose is a person that cannot drive vote, it's a person that cannot mobilize vote, it's a person that cannot give any votes to Obi from the north, because he's not one of the political shakers in the north. He's not. Is nobody when it comes to national politics. So, but it is clear that Obi efforts notable names in politics in the north. I mean, all his efforts to get a notable name in the north ended up with nothing. As such, it shows that is rejected in the north. So, having been rejected in the north, and he have a person as a vice candidate, I think Obi have demonstrated that he's moving on. He want to do it. He want to have somebody on the paper as a vice president, presidential candidate. He has moved on. Kwakwanso should go and look for whoever it can get anywhere from any part of the country, and then show his own to us. The same thing going to happen to Kwakwanso. He won't be able to have any political shakers in the national politics from any part of Nigeria. So the same situation for both of them. So, but we are waiting for Kwakwanso to release his own candidate from the north, from the south, possibly maybe from the southeast or southwest. So, but he cannot get any political shakers from the south as well, as Obi was unable to get a political shaker from the north as a vice president.
Do you, Ajanle Koko, do you think that Kwakwanso is milking the last vestiges of publicity that is getting off the back of the Peter Obi name? Because without Peter Obi, he will fade off the headlines. Nobody is really going to talk. Yes, they'll talk about him in some deep, obscure in some deep, obscure political discussions, but without Peter Obi's name, he will fade off the headlines quickly. So do you think then what Kwakwanso is doing is just to milk the last vestiges of this interaction that he has had with Peter Obi? Is he using him for clout, essentially, clout chasing?
I won't say that. Kwakwanso is Kwakwanso with his Kwankwasoa movement is known in the national politics in Nigeria, and we have records to prove that during the 2014 primary in APC, he refused to step down for Buhari. Atiku was there as well in APC. He came second behind Buhari in the primary. He defeated Atiku in APC primary. So he has established himself as a notable politician. He has a brand name that we know as Kwankwasia. He's a national figure. He has even helped Obi.
Yeah, but does he command the media space in the way that he has been under Peter Obi's name?
No. Forget
Peter
about
Obi holds the media space now, and
you can't win election on the media space.
Yeah, but
you can't win election in the media space. Media space does not win you election. Media space is just a noise making, and noise making doesn't win election. Election can be won by politicians that have the control of the grassroots. And Kwankwaso have the control of the grassroots in the Northwest. And his party is gaining ground across the North, whether we like it or not. It is a lot of, I don't want to call them disgruntled, but
disgruntled elements.
No, maybe disaffected members from APC and PDP. They're rushing to his party to get ticket. They're not rushing to Labour because they know Labour is just a crap. It's a scrap along the roadside. They're rushing to Kwakwanso party. So he has helped Obi more.
I wouldn't say that, Ajale Koko.
No, hold on, one man.
Under the climate that we're in now, where Peter Obi dominates all the headlines, anybody that is aligned to his name, they gain more than otherwise. He has gained currency now off the back of Peter Obi's name. Ajale Koko. Are you there?
The one man.
Yeah.
Media space does not control the politics in Maiduguri and the rural area. And the rural area in Maiduguri. But the meeting they've been making, the major
the media space shape. Oh, hold on, Ajale Koko. The media space shapes who is going to be the Nigerian president. There's no doubt about that.
It doesn't shape anything, It doesn't shape nothing. It doesn't shape anything. It doesn't shape nothing. Media space doesn't shape nothing. It's just a noise making. You campaign on the media space. You don't go on the grassroots to mobilize people to vote. You cannot win an election. It's just a noise to the high heaven. And that's it. And that noise, it will blow around and it will blow away.
This is a new dynamism, I don't think we can ignore that. This is a new dynamism. We're in new times and things are done differently. The media, that Obama was a social media president. That Goodluck Jonathan, he was a social media president. It was the social media and that funky media space that made Goodluck Jonathan president. It's
not social media. It's not social media that make Jonathan president. It's a structure on the ground. People's Democratic Party that is structured on the ground that win election for Goodluck Jonathan, not social media. Nobody have ever won presidential position in Nigeria with social media. It's the structure on the ground that help that propel their winning election in Nigeria. It's not social media. So yes, Obi is making
No, Buhari
waves on the
himself
social.
was a social media president. Buhari himself, he was a social
Buhari
media
is not social media. It's a structure on the ground.
It wasn't. It
It's a
wasn't not
merger.
Shogore and Co that
It's
facilitated this
Showore make
there is a enablers.
Showore that controlled the social media in 2019 couldn't win. It couldn't win. It was the structure on the ground, and that structure means that you have people across the country, all wards, across the country, all local government, across the country, all the state. You have people that work for the party assiduously 24/7. That's what wins election.
No,
it is not social media.
No. You have to have the public image.
What is
created by the social media?
Did you see social media? Social media does not win election one man. You know that as well. And anybody that wants to win election can concentrate on social media and not work on the ground, and then you will see results on election day. So, but what I'm saying, yes, Kwakwanso and Obi meeting for a while help sell Obi in the north, because when they speak about, Kwakwanso is trying to make merger in Hausa radio, people in the north,
Well, Adalekoko, have we lost you?
I said that Kwakwanso meeting Obi, when they are reporting it in their radio, in Hausa language radio, that is how Kwakwanso has helped Obi to
No, we've lost you again.
Dams, but
carry on.
Can you hear me?
I think you are. Maybe you are going through a tunnel or something. But carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that Kwakwanso meeting with Obi for some time helped to sell Obi to the Northerners, because when they're reporting that in Hausa language radio,
no, we're losing you again. Now we've lost you. All right. I think Ajale Koko I think he's driving, as you can tell. I think he's going through a space where there's bad reception. But let me use the opportunity to read Alexander Gomez's super chat. Ajale Koko, we've lost you. It's just a woofing noise. It says, Alexander Gomez super chat to say, it says, met some Igbo big wigs today who speak to Peter Obi directly. One is a personal friend of his. I'll ensure one man speaks to him personally. So please ensure that the opportunity to get Peter Obi, of course, hopefully is brave enough to take it on that it won't be a soft sell sort of interaction, but of course he'll be treated in a civil manner, but of course it won't be a soft sell because hard questions will be asked. But here is Alexander Gomez connected to everybody. He says, met some Igbo bigwigs today who speak to Peter Obi directly. One is a personal friend of his. I'll ensure one man speaks to him personally. So thank you, Alexander. You have my number, so you know how to reach me. So thank you for that, Alexander. Let me go to Kulata before I go back to Ajanle Kokos, just to ensure that he has gone through whichever space he's driving through. So Kulata, are you ready? I want to come to you because there's something that I want to seek your opinion on. So Kulata, this is not any of the talking points, but this is something that has come up in the course of this interaction. So BC Alimi shares throwback video of Labour Party. I'm sure you were here, Kulata, when Yusuf Babat Ali, when he was announced as the running mate, and we went through his CV and concluded that he was somewhat of a fundamentalist, he being an expert in in religious jurisprudence. So we had that concern, and it looks as though that concern is vested on realism. BC Alimi shares throwback video of Labour Party VP candidate Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed calling for the killing of homosexuals. So here it is. Nigerian gay rights activist BC Alimi has shared a throwback video of vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, calling for the killing of members of the LGBTQ community. The former senator made this call in 2014 when the anti-gay bill was being deliberated on the House of was being deliberated on in the House of Representatives. He spoke in favor of the bill that was passed by Goodluck Jonathan's administration in January 2014. At the time, he said such elements referring to LGBTQ members should be killed for being gay. Following the announcement of him being the running mate of Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi, citizens have dug up a video of him making the call for homosexuals to be killed back in 2014. Reacting to the video, BC Alimi, a popular gay rights activist, took to Twitter to call on Labour Party to address the controversial statement. He wrote, "This is the potential vice president of Nigeria. He is on record here advocating that such elements should be killed. The elements he mentioned in the video are LGBTQ people. We need to talk about this. Here is the statement. One thing is to have ideological differences and express that. Another is to call for the killing of fellow humans. I am giving the at Peter Obi and at Nigeria Labour Party the chance to make a statement on this. Not that we will ever get any." So I've been able to capture the video. So let me play it to you, and then I want your reaction on it, Kulata. So here it is.
The bill to prohibit same-sex marriage was passed. Although many lawmakers were for the prohibition of same-sex marriage in Nigeria, some lawmakers disagreed on the punishment clause prescribed in the proposed bill for those who engage in same-sex marriage.
Actually, such elements in society should be killed. I think we are right to say we should punish it, but we should not over-punish.
So there it is right there. You saw him, you heard him. So, but what do you make of what he has to say, Kulata? A fundamentalist, so he's a fundamentalist, but there we are.
He's a fundamentalist, but let's be honest with each other. Most Nigerians feel the same way he feels. Like a lot of Nigerians are still very, very homophobic. So I really don't think that will impact him. Actually, it may give him some props in some other channels, but it won't really impact. It doesn't do anything to their trajectory, but their trajectory isn't really going anywhere anyway. But is it going to get negative pushback in Nigeria? No. The only problem they will have is the international community.
You don't think Nigerians are libertarians? I disagree with you, but carry on. I disagree with you.
A vast majority of Nigerians are still very religious. They're still very, at least outwardly religious. So you will rarely find a lot of tolerance for anything related to homosexuality or gay sex or anything like that in Nigeria. So this is in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, I think is a moot point. But where it weighs heavy on Obi is ability to court any sort of Western support, because this is a protected class in the West. So if you tell them like the new president and his vice, I mean, the way they'll package it in the West, they may attribute it to even Obi, because they'll just say the ticket running for the Labour Party, they're not only anti-gay, but they're actually promoting the extermination of gays. We that we live in the West, you know how that will come by. That they will just start equating it to the way people persecute minorities in Africa. I mean, gays, lesbians, they may maybe run a few clips of people that have been persecuted across Africa. So it's really not going to bode well for Obi. And the problem they have now is for this guy, this Ahmed, right? Ahmed can't come out to come and like apologize or dissociate himself from that statement, because in Nigeria is a positive for them in Nigeria. So if he comes out to dissociate himself, no, I mean they're gonna lose if they have any hope of attracting any northern voters. They will lose more, because as far as I'm concerned, the Obi and the Ahmed ticket, they're only attracting Ajabotas. Is an Ajabota ticket. Ajabota and people that found themselves abroad. So if he comes out to kind of like walk this statement back, they're still left with the same Ajabotas. So it's not like they're gonna like. I mean, and they're also gonna repel the commoners. I mean, the population that they need to attract. Because if he backslides from this statement, then they're gonna say he's not the true Muslim. Is not adhering to the tenets of Islam, and so on and so forth. So this is a pickle. It's a pickle for the OB ticket. At least
you know, Kolata, I'm not sure that I'm fully on board. Of course, your opinion and mine, but I'm not sure I'm fully on board with you that Nigerians, they think along the. I think Nigerians, they are conservative, but also libertarians. That's really either what I believe or what I would like to believe.
I don't see any libertarian.
Yeah.
I don't see that libertarian streak in Nigeria, especially when it comes to social issues. Nigerians don't believe in live and let live. Nigerians believe in minding other people's businesses, except with change. And I don't think so, because it's the same Nigeria that in one neighborhood, the parents of your neighbors are watching after you. It's a community based. I mean, we're more community oriented, and those kind of things are regarded as devious. They're not things tolerated across any society. I think Yoruba area is the most liberal in the country. Maybe that's where you may find a little bit of sympathy for him, but across the country, I doubt. I don't think
Can I interject, please? Can I help
Sure.
you a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
I would like to say this, and I want to make this point known. If the West is not going to support us because of what Ahmed said, so be it. If Obi and Ahmed are going to win because they promised the West that they're going to legalize them, they should lose. Look, there are areas of our lives that we have to protect. We must protect the culture of Africa with our last blood. I am just telling you this because if you stay in the West and see the mess these guys are creating, and you see the mess these guys are creating here, then you will understand we do not need that confusion in Nigeria, where we'll start telling our kids now not to call people he or she, they just call them they, blah. Look, bro, it does not end with LGBT. It is more what? There are over 70 names, and all of them demand they should be addressed in certain ways, and you must address them. If you do not, then it's a problem. So this issue, this particular issue, right? I wouldn't say that they should be killed, right? However, he said it. He does not need to retract it either. It is not an issue in this election.
You know that you know that if he said that, then another very quickly another commentary that is of that fundamentalist lilt will come out again.
It doesn't matter. They should look. Let me tell you.
It doesn't matter if it's a fundamentalist.
If Nigerians will not vote for him because he said that, it's okay. Vote for whoever you want to vote. However,
hold on, Joel. What I'm hinting at, or what I'm directing to, is that he is not saying that in isolation. He's saying that as a mindset. So
I
that's his
think one man. I
mindset.
think
Yeah,
one man. I
yeah.
think what you're trying to say is, if you can attribute this kind of statement to him, that means there will be additional bombs he will have dropped,
That will
like
come out very
additional
quickly.
convers that will
Yeah.
come out that may come out soon. That's very possible.
Oh,
Like
okay,
that's highly
okay,
likely.
okay, okay. That one, I wouldn't know, right? Because I know that in times like this, stuff like that will come up. Let it come out. I mean, if it gets to a point where it's unbearable for me about him, I will state it. However, if it is based on this particular one,
And also to Kulata, and you can chime in as well, Joel. We know that the preponderance of the obese space is online. Do you think the online followership? Do you think they are of that mindset that are gay people should be stoned, as this guy is suggesting? And I'm sure you know that Peter Obi is going to be pushed on that particular narrative at some
Oh
interview or the
yes.
other, and very soon. So how do you expect him to negotiate that controversy?
So this controversy, honestly, the more I'm thinking about it now, it may dampen some of his foreign support. It's not going to do anything to Nigerian support. That one I'm positive. But for the supporters, especially, I mean, you look at Jewel, look at all this. I mean, many people that are like that, it may dampen their spirit a little bit, because if this guy is a real fundamentalist Islamic guy, even though is highly educated and articulate, there it may start pushing some people to like uncomfortable situations whereby it's more like a first end deal, like the kind of
Woman,
like
can I
bargain
interject?
you have to get. So it's this guy, based on this incident, this guy is full of potential bombs that we should all watch out for.
Yeah,
But
because
I think we have a
it will
law.
not have said that in
We have a
isolation.
law that guide this whole thing. Because
Right.
even Peter who want to answer this question, he will just basically say we have a law that guides that. If you're caught, you will be in prison for 14 years. We have a law. That's not even going to dampen to this so much. We have a law. So there's not even
You know that the international people that support Peter Obi, which is the bulk of his supporters, you know
but international bodies, they know that
they
we
are
have a law
accepting.
in Nigeria. They
No, no,
know
No
our
no,
law.
international
no,
bodies,
no.
the
International people, the
diaspora
diaspora.
Nigerians.
You know that their
They
liberty.
know.
Hold on. You know that I certainly I'm accepting of anybody's sexuality, so long as they is not a minor and so long as it's two consenting adults. Is it my lifestyle of choice? No. But do I want to impede you from living as you will? No. And I think that is broadly how people in diaspora think. You know, so they will recoil from this. I'm pretty sure of that.
They have been supporting us for years, and they know what we stand when it comes to gay and all those lesbian. They know what we stand.
No,
So
when someone says they
and
should kill, hey,
They should
listen,
that
stone
is
them.
no wait,
look,
wait.
they
That
said
is
they
a
should kill
statement.
them. Is different
Yes,
from
that
what
is
the
a
Nigerian
statement.
law says.
Exactly. He's just saying those in the House of Assembly. Maybe just
Oh,
like a suggestion. It's
That's
not
where
that
the
he
laws. No, that's where the
that
laws
makes it
are
more.
made now. That's where
That
the
makes
laws
it
are
way,
made. But
way more heavy, way more important. The House of
but it
Assembly,
was
like,
overlooked. It was
uh,
overlooked. It was bypassed. They didn't give yet because they already have established law that guide that narrative. So there's no need to stress on it anymore. I don't think so
no.
because since then, since for he has not even mentioned it because they dampen on it. They didn't even mention it the second time. They didn't
So
even pass it because there's a
this
law.
is not this is not from a legal perspective or a legislative perspective. It's from a reputational perspective, the public opinion. Like, I mean, people supporting Peter Obi, they love Peter Obi, but now you now have a hanging news of a likely fundamentalist being his vice. So when you're thinking about it, if Peter Obi is in office and you have a fundamentalist as his vice president, you now start thinking like, will this guy now go be conniving with other fundamentalists? Where's his stand? Where's his allegiance? Like, is he more? I mean, if additional things come out, then you may start thinking, oh, will this guy now start like being a Boko Haram or a what's it called? ISWAP, I mean, ISWAP, West Africa, whatever Is he a sympathizer? You won't know, because when you have all these fundamentalist beliefs, it worries. But even though we're glad Obi is the top of the ticket, but you still have to wonder, like, will Obi be able to take him to all these sensitive meetings if he shares some of these fundamentalist beliefs? It's a problem, and let's not pretend it's not a problem.
All right. Play Summer makes an excellent point. I wonder how via super chat that is. So this is Play Summer. Let me just let me yes. It says I wonder how Peter Obi is feeling right now. If his man Donyo Okuko's son is gay and his vice president is proposing gays be killed, Obi seems just desperate in my view. So thank you for that. Yes, of course, we all know that Donyo Okuko is son is gay, and he of course doesn't go to Nigeria anymore for reasons of views like you know that's strike two now, because when we read that he was an expert in Sharia jurisprudence, that was strike one, and it's now manifest in how he wants to guide the laws in Nigeria. That's strike two. So three strikes and you're out is what they usually say. So your man just yesterday came on board. He's already got two strikes. Or am I being excessive, Kulata?
You're not. No, you're not being excessive. Look, he's a new guy. What do you do for new people? You vet them. Like, guys, let's be honest. Why does Obi have all the hype now? Because he's relatively new into this space, so everybody is kind of like digging and looking at those. Nobody's. I mean, Atiku is boring. We all know he's dead. Tinubu too is boring. We all know he's dead. So this new guy, like, in 2 days, a lot of some controversial things are now coming up. It will only increase. They will dig into his past, just like anybody putting himself or herself up for public office. They'll dig into your past. And I mean, believe you me, if there's any additional controversial thing that comes up, this is the best time to draw a narrative for that guy, because it's like a blank canvas. Once you start digging and getting negative things, you'll just paint that Islamic fundamentalist picture, and that becomes the public opinion. Then his education doesn't matter. The fact that he's thoughtful and articulate, he knows a lot of things about governance and corruption, it will no longer matter. The only thing you're going to refer to him is, oh, is that Islamic jihadist guy that wants to kill all the gays. So right. They're going to frame it.
Yes. You know, the names are already starting to take shape. Kulata is Yusuf Pantami Baba Ahmed. So this is where we're going now. Yusuf Pantami Baba Ahmed. So another is Pantami. But staying with all matters, Peter Obi still Kulata. But this one now, somewhat jocular, I would suggest. We still want Peter Obi as our vice president, but there is a deadline. Kwakwanso speaks on alliance with Labour Party. So I'm not quite sure. You know, when the DJ plays the last music and the thing, you know that the dance is over, but this guy is still on the dance floor, shaking, twerking. So is it time for Kwakwanso to stop the twerking? Because he has milked all the can from the Peter Obi narrative. What are you then making of the twerking malam?
Kwakwanso is hogging the limelight. Peter Obi is the golden child, and Kwakwanso is just swagger jacking. So, I mean, Kwakwanso at this point in time is being ridiculous. I mean, the fact that I even made all those ridiculous statements about Igbo being at the bottom of the political reins of the country is foolish enough that he won't even learn how to, like, bow out when ovation is loudest. This is ridiculous time. Obi has moved on. Kwakwanso needs to move on. Both of them, on the grand scheme of things, are irrelevant. At the end of the day, Kwakwanso is just positioning himself to be sold to either Tinubu or Atiku, and Obi will try and make a name and impression for himself. That's as far as both of their candidacy goes. Since they could not merge, nothing much is going to happen out of their effort, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you. So, would you say that without Obi's name, Kwakwanso would not make the headlines? You know, at least not at the top of the headlines.
Kwakwanso I don't know, this Kwakwanso thing is overblown. The guy is a local guy. The extent of Kwakwanso influence after leaving the two big parties is not more than Kano State and maybe Jigawa State. And if I even watched one video where Ganduje was making a mockery out of the Kwakwanso movement. He got all of them to line up, and they started trading their red cap for Tinubu's cap, and they were saying something in Hausa. I can't remember the translation. More like bad riddance to good drop. I mean, good riddance to bad rubbish. I think that's
I
what it
saw it.
translates.
I was cracking up.
Yeah. So Kwakwanso is like Kwakwanso is not a factor as far as I'm concerned in this election. I don't believe he will make that much of an impact. The only thing he stands for, he stands as a negotiating tool for Tinubu. Because if Tinubu wants to win this election, like full out win the election, all he has to do is give Kwakwanso a couple of millions of dollars, promise his Kwakwansia people some scholarships or whatever they want, get him on his side, and Tinubu is done. Because that means he's going to win the Northwest and he's going to be in the Southwest. Then in that case, he may prick Shetima or Zulum and then wrestle Atiku in the Northeast. The elections will be over if he can do that. But I even think Peter Obi will beat Kwakwanso in this election by numbers because I
of
feel
course.
Peter Obi has more influence. I mean, Peter Obi has a lot of chances to wrestle the Southeast with PDP. He will make a dent. He will make over 25% in Edo. It will make over 25% in maybe Rivers. I mean, he may make something in Lagos. I want to see that Lagos surprise, but Kwakwanso cannot boast outside of Kano. I mean, this is just a Kano guy. So honestly, he's starting to irritate me, especially.
Sorry, Kulata. There's no reason for anybody in the southeast to vote for a person called Kwakwanso. Why? Why would they don't hate him?
Why will
They
you?
just don't
Why will
care.
you vote for Kwakwanso? I don't even see anybody. I don't see anybody in Oshogbo or Ile-Ife or Fiditi that will vote for Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso is not getting any votes past Niger State or something, and that Niger State will maybe make less than 10%. So he's really not going to be a factor, and he's overblowing his own horn and his own influence. And the kind of way he refers to the North is like the North is just one block. And I mean, we keep forgetting that we have a significant populations of Christians in the North, in the Northeast and the North Central. But it just kind of refers to them like I can use them the way I use pawns in a chess game. And now trying to use that to negotiate against someone that has the buzz and someone that has way more influence than you in this election. I mean, that's just like avarice. He's not self-aware. He has a massive. He's deluded.
Do you think that either some people they are either in denial or lack the capacity to understand that the paradigm of politics is changing somewhat, not only in Nigeria but globally, because there's a new sort of politics that is evolving just organically, just through the way people live in contemporaneous times. But I don't think that people like Kwakwanso they understand that things are changing. Because he's built structures over 30 years, and he still realizes that those structures will always hold. But do you understand the new dynamism that I'm talking about? And do you understand why somebody like Kwakwanso will struggle with it?
Yeah, but the new dynamic, it depends. It ebbs and flows. Like politics ebbs and flows. There are populist periods. There are periods where it's more establishments. So it depends. It just ebbs and flows. But from if we look from Kwakwanso's view, you can't blame him for making some of these retarded statements because of the way not get block votes for like Buhari and all. So you can't blame him. But is he in a position to make that statement? Has he earned it? Has it demonstrated the kind of vote numbers, the kind of vote tallies that Aminu Kano, the kind of influence Aminu Kano, Buhari, who else is an influential northern guy? All those late ones in the 60s. He's not earned it. He's not demonstrated his influence beyond Jigawa State at best, mostly Kano State. So Kwakwanso is an overrated politician, and I think it's time we just like nip it in the bud because a lot of he's an educated northerner, one of the few ones that they pushed into many positions of privilege. But outside of that, there's not a lot to say about Kwakwanso, and it's really outlived his usefulness.
And like you said, I don't think his name will be on the ballot come 2023. I think
he will sell out.
It will negotiate himself into Atiku or Tinubu. I think that's what everybody thinks. And I think really that's what he's trying to do as well. So let me give you, let me take you to one more place, and then we'll try and get back to Ajanle Koko to see if he has better reception where he is now. Let me take you to the space. We're staying with Yusuf Baba Ali. It says social media will vote in 2023. Labour Party's Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed assures. So he acknowledges that the movement is social media based, and he cannot but acknowledge because it is patently. But he's telling us that in this instance, as opposed to what we saw in 2019, that social media will come good to usher his man into the presidential seat. So, what are you making of this narrative? The social media space translating into real politics?
That's a prayer. That's a prayer. It's not even anything realistic. The most unreliable voting bloc in any democracy in the world is the youth vote, and we all know why. The youth votes, they're very distracted. They're really non-committal. They disappoint almost all the time. How many times have we relied on youth votes in America that youth? It just never happens. The same thing happens in Nigeria. Like, imagine them just doing a big brother Nigeria around election. That's the end of the so-called youth votes. And then when we talk about the youth votes, the youths are not just the youths with internet. There are a lot of youths without internet. So the youth everybody is shouting about are the internet southern youths. And I mean, I think on another platform, I said the selection of this guy is not a net addition to Obi's base, because someone like Obi needed someone that will grow his base, not someone that will reinforce his, I mean, just reinforce the brand is already built. Because right now, you have Obi, intellectual, quote unquote. You have Ahmed, intellectual. So they're not, you can replace one over the other. You need something
It's
complementary.
preaching to the converted.
You're preaching to choir. So you need, if I was Obi, I would have gone to pick like a massive populist that will like complement my intellectual outlook. So I can be the intellectual guy when I also have the populist that will be preaching Gari Anepa all over the north. That should have been the formula. But you have two people that will be blasting drama.
It tried that now and it failed. That was why he pivoted.
Can I comment?
Yeah, but he had time to look for someone else.
Sorry, can I comment?
No, but sorry, Saki. He had somebody. He had time to look for someone else. But when he was dumped by Kwakwanso, I think that whole class of political echelon within the north, none of them would have come forward because he'd been dumped by Kwakwanso, and they wouldn't want to. So I think he had no choice but to go lower than Kwakwanso or just to pivot completely.
So this gift, this Greek gift that Obasanjo gave him in this Ahmed guy, don't you think they're all for the Ahmed family for him to allow to align to be? Don't you think maybe they're staging him for future run for office, perhaps in 8 years or 16 years time?
Yes, I think exactly that. The only winner in this whole permutation is that Yusuf Babale. And he cuts very well, he presents very well, very sharp of wit. You know, when I listen to him, I see him as presidential, devoid of
he's very presidential.
Very presidential.
Can I comment?
You know, yeah. Comment, Saki, yeah.
Yeah, Kulata.
Yes, sir.
Kulata. Yeah, I understand the argument, but Nigeria is really a complex country, and they are not. It is difficult to satisfy Nigerians. I don't know why. If Obi has been opportune to pick the populist sort of politicians like Kwakwanso and the likes, you will see people that will come on this platform and be arguing, hey, we thought Obi is presenting himself as a Puritan. Why is he bringing all these old faces again? You know, and it will be an argument. Now, Obi has picked somebody that falls into his own category. We're not arguing that why shouldn't he have gone for populists? That this
Saki, it's Yusuf Dati Ali. Is he Peter Obi's first choice? Yusuf Baba Ahmed. Is it Peter Obi's first choice?
First choice?
Yeah, in terms of running mate.
Certainly, he's not. He was going for the alliance and see if it will work out.
Why is that? Why was it after Kwakwanso so fervently?
Yeah, because of Kwakwanso's electoral value. You know that.
So there it
Is
is.
a Kwakwanso is a
You've
populist.
answered your own question.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that even if he had got that Kwakwanso, people will still argue. So
People would have understood. We all know why he was after Kwakwanso. That's politics. That's real politics.
Let's not at
Saki,
this point.
Saki, don't look at it whether people are arguing or no arguing. People will always jump for one reason or the other.
He has already made the choice. Let's work with what he has.
Yeah, but we need to talk about his choice. Does his choice grow his base? As far as I'm concerned, no, because the people this guy attracts, at least for now, they are the eggheads. They are the people like you and I that are interested in intellectual conversation. Oh, he said this. Oh, he said that. He's fast thinking. He's doing this. He's doing that. But that doesn't translate for the common man now. Like the common man, you need a relatable northerner. Like this guy represents the cream of the northern elite, well educated.
Listen. I will just read a short statement somebody dropped for me. The person said, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed is the son-in-law to General Ali Gassau. And General Ali Gassau is one of the kingmakers in the country. Then he is also a younger brother to Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed, who is
the spokesman of Northern Elder Forum. Yeah.
Then the person went further to say, do you remember Professor Angu Abdullahi, who came out last month to say that Atiku and Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria? That very person is the chairman of Northern People's Elders Forum. Then they are now linking Obasanjo and this person and IBB to be the person that is pushing
that Ango Abdullahi you are referring to. He has spoken against Igbo interests several times, so don't praise him.
I'm just laughing that you're trusting Ango Abdullahi.
Yeah, don't praise him. He's a how do I describe him? He's a hater
he's a bigot. One of the biggest bigots.
Yeah. One of what, if not even the worst of the worst. So because he's supporting Obi now, don't be praising him. He hates Igbo people than the way you are trying to portray him as
That is why he's embracing it. The narrative is changing. That's why that man is embracing it.
It's an investment. It's an investment for them because this guy is going to get national recognition, brand recognition in 8 years or 4 years when they want to put him top of the ticket. The whole country already knows him, and he's already attracted the eggheads. Then they can focus on the Talakawas. That's why I think they're like investing in this guy with Obi. But I have no basis to back it up. It's just my suspicion.
Can I interject a little bit? Can I interject? The issue here is this: the Ahmed guy, right? The Obidati movement is an organic one. I don't want to really, talk about the IBBs, the Guzau and all that. I just see it as, we going back to our vomit. But in any case, in every country, there are kingmakers. So we just have to live with that. Nigeria will not be the first. Nigeria will not be the last. For the guy, like I said earlier on, I have told you how I see him. We shall continue to look into his records. I do not care. Let's go and fish him out. Let's go and fish out his past. But I believe that the North will listen to him. You see, this election will be like one that we've not seen before. Kwakwanso has a reason why that he's still calling on Obi. Do you understand me? Kwakwanso rode on Obi's popularity for quite some time. And Kwakwanso could not even tell us that the talks collapsed June 15th. And all this while, Kwakwanso has been in the news saying, oh, Obi is this, Obi is that. His spokesperson, what's his name, Galadima, has been there saying the same thing. Meanwhile, the talks has been called off sometime in June the 15th. And today we are still hearing the same Kwankwaso saying that it's still open for P2B. He enjoyed the popularity P2B gave to him. Like, I support what Kulata was saying. He is not going to be bigger than Kanu and Jigawa. And even in that Kanu and Jigawa, he's not even sure he's going to win there because the governor is going to give him a good one for the money, for his money. So I don't want to delve much into Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a program. I don't like the idea of him coming out to say all this. He should just go and rest, lick your wound. If you feel that you're superior, go ahead. This would have been an easy ticket if Kwankwaso joined Obi. But since he said no, Obi is still going to get there, but it's going to be more difficult. That is the point. Kwankwaso would have been an easy meal. It would have been an easy ticket. But with Dahiti, it's going to take more time or more effort, more energy to sell, but we are still going to penetrate. We're going to penetrate the north. Don't worry about the north. We're heading into the north. Now we have known who now we know who the vice presidential candidate is. Do not worry. We shall go into that village. We shall talk to the north. If it is money that the transport to go there, it's being provided. We must talk to Nigerians. Nigeria must change. It is not about
it's not the language, it's not the transport to go there, it's the language to connect. Language
no. It is still the same because now we had a meeting yesterday with the Northern Youth Forum. They are going to lead. We are opening up state chapters in every state. We are going to talk to the Nigerian people. We are going to talk to them. Then if at the end of the day, Nigerians say, you know what, we do not need you, there is no fight. All we know is that we did what we ought to do for Nigeria. However, let's not wait and think like the way we are thinking today, what we did in 2015. Thank you, Kulata.
So it will be good, like for Obi and this guy to traverse the entire country. I mean, I feel. I mean, I'm starting to think of this Obi's emergence as an overall positive for the country. I mean, let's look at the bright side. I know I've been critical with Obi because I just get irritated at times, but it's gonna be overall positive because the two parties need to know the number of disaffected Nigerians. So if Obi can run away with a close third, like a scary close third, whoever enters that office will have to sit up because you know that people will vote you out. Like, so Obi's emergence is good in two ways. That one, then the second one is making it, I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but is making Igbo candidacy a reality, more realistic, more palatable. Like, you can't say, oh, because of some civil war of how many decades ago that you have to put like, I mean, you have to keep like it's almost like punishment. But with his doggedness, his appearance, his determination, I like the fact that he did not even wait for the PDP primaries before he left, because that will have just like that will have eroded his currency. So the fact that he's standing is a national conversation. Is like, if he doesn't even win, is made way for another credible Igbo candidate to come out and run credibly. So nobody, no party, I mean, we won't be having the like of that nonsense Kwakwanso stupid talk anymore. That what Kwakwanso said irritated the hell out of me. So it's going to be a positive. But can he win? It's still a fast stretch. But he can push that margin. He can push it so the country will have to sit up. That's what I think.
And what and Kolata, to add to what you said, right? One thing his candidacy does for us as Nigerians, the goal is to win. But if he does not win, next time APC and PDP will give us credible younger candidates.
Yes.
Whoever that goes into the office must sit up. Must. He has no choice than to sit up. And some of the things that he is saying right now, if you're listening to members of PDP and APC, He is controlling the narrative, especially in the area of agriculture, especially from moving from consumption to production. He's changing the narrative. That is what we want to hear in Nigeria. That is what we want to hear in the political space. So if he wins, good. If he doesn't, we are still good.
Oh, all right, thank you. So I think everybody can agree with that. If he wins, good. But if he doesn't win, just so long as he gives them a bloody nose, that's really what I'm after. And I think that's more the realistic expectation. So it gives them such a beating that they are scared for their lives. So that's more the expectation. So thank you, Kolata. Stay with us. Let me go back to Ajande Koko, who hopefully is in a better reception spot now. Ajande Koko, are you there?
I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. So, Ajale Koko, I'm not sure if you heard me read out the BC Alimi person that came out to alarm that Yusuf Baba, that he's somewhat of a fundamentalist, asking for people to be killed for their because of their sexuality. Is this alarming? But even if it's alarming, is it alarming, one? But is it surprising, too? Are you surprised that Yusuf Ali, that he's of that mindset that people should be killed for their sexuality? And is this something then that tallies with how you see him anyway?
Woman, this is alarming that somebody that is as highly educated like him, that kind of how do I describe it? Is kind of exposed to Western lifestyle, educated in had his I think his doctorate degree in UK. Somebody of highly intellectual like him can have this kind of mindset that human beings should be killed because of their sexual choice. It is alarming. I think it should be rejected by us.
Are you surprised that he would say something like that? Are you surprised that he said something like that?
You know what? I am surprised, and I'm surprised that Obi have not done his job well in investigating this guy character before picking him as his vice president. I'm surprised more that Obi did not do his homework well. He failed to get this guy investigated before picking him as his vice president. And this is what happened when a person that is not prepared for a particular job, a particular position, that just jump into it suddenly, that person will fail. This is what is happening to Obi. He's not prepared for this job. And that's why he could not pick the right candidate as his vice president. That is why he could not align with notable politicians in the north that can earn a vote. It's a failure. This is how you know a failure, when somebody is not prepared for a job and just jump into that position because of their desperation, as just the way they are. All of them, Nigerian politicians, you know, they're desperate to get to position, desperate to get power. This is what Obi has demonstrated. We have to criticize this ticket. This is a very bad ticket. How can we have somebody like that at the most exalted position in our country? Somebody that have hatred for some group of people because of their sexuality. It is wrong. Obi should be blamed for picking this guy. It's a failure on the side of Obi. I blame Obi most for this. Obi should have done better for this. This is how you know those people that are prepared for position of leadership. Obi is not prepared. That's why he couldn't get the right person for the job that can earn it from the right person with the right character. This is alarming. This is alarming. This is a very, very bad. Somebody that hates another human being because of, proposing that they should be killed because of what? One man. This is. We have to come out frontally against this ticket. This is a bad ticket for Nigeria. That guy should not be in the position of number 2 in our country. No, it's a bad choice.
Ajahn Koko, I'm not anticipating that this is an isolated thing. I suspect more that this is a worldview. This is this guy's worldview. I'm not anticipating that he had a brain fade and he just spoke out of character. I'm suspecting that this might well be this guy's character. So are you expecting then that as time goes on and very quickly, we will hear even more alarming stuff from the former Anambra governor's Arabian prince? So are we going to hear more alarming stuff from the Arabian prince?
It's possible that a lot more will come out against this guy. And people that have anything damning against him, what this guy have done in the past that is of bad character, they should let us know. We want to know our leadership. We want to know who they are. We should, people in position of leadership, whether you like it or not, are the people driving the totality of your life. You have surrendered the totality of your life to them. And when you pick a wrong leader, he will lead you astray. It will lead you into the worst situation that you never expected that will happen to you in life and your generation to come. That is what the position of leadership represents. People in position of leadership, the followers and people in the country surrender their life to them. So how can I surrender my life to this kind of this kind of a person? Your leadership represents you. They represent your image. They represent who you are. This should be rejected, and I'm expecting more of this guy to come out.
How are you expecting the online followership of the Obi movement to react to this? What do you think they will make of this?
They will defend it to death because they blind love. They are desperate, just the same as Obi, desperate. And this is what desperation will give you. We have seen this is what Obi has given you now. And a fundamentalist, a hater of a fellow human being because of their sexuality, a hater of human being. A lot of things should people that have anything against it, they should bring it out. And let us say it to him. And I even want to know how many bills did this guy propose while in Senate and what do you call him?
Well,
the House of Rep.
He's putting forward some anti-inflated contract bill that he proposed. That seems to be his selling card.
That's their telling what of other bills that is, but we have to check it too. So, but his character is what we have to be. We don't want person of this kind of character. Obi is a person that is worthy to be celebrated, whether you like it or not. Among our politicians, you can still give him some. Yeah, he demonstrated that he's a leader that a prudent manager of resources. Though it's not a resourceful leadership. All the financial the financial record of Anambra show that it's not resourceful, but he was prudential. It was prudent in the management of resources. That we can give that to him. But his desperation to jump into the race that he never prepared for, that is why he got this guy for us, an Islamist that hate a fellow human being because of who they are. This is not good for us as people I will not hate my fellow human being because of what they have chosen to be in their life. You don't own them. The God, I mean, they are owned by God, they are created by God, and they can live the way they want to live as long as they don't contravene the law with their social life. And I mean, what's the big deal? Why must they be calling for their death?
Ajanle Goku,
yes.
what if some additional statement comes out of this guy's mouth that is very pro-Islam and potentially anti-Christian? I mean, will that not erode obese Christian votes? Like, is Christian advantage at this point?
Oh yes, look, Kulata, that will scare Christians that are looking forward to vote for Obi. It will scare them to death, and Obi himself should be scared to death of that guy. If that kind of statement should come out, that this guy is making a very damning statement against Christianity or people that believe in Christian religion, or somehow spoken against that religion, Obi should be scared to death, because it could that's another hatred on another. I mean, that's another hatred on its own. That's how is it described? Is it a religious? That's a religious bigot or religious hatred, or how do I put it? So
Ajanle Koko, you know that this guy, and by extension Peter Obi, they could be boxed into a corner very, very quickly, because off the back of what Akulata just said, if this guy makes if another fundamentalist sort of statement comes out of this guy's space, then people will go after Peter Obi that, look, this guy is a fundamentalist, clearly. So what then is your decision? So Obi cannot jettison him because, of course, he will lose the Northern Muslim votes. And this guy, he cannot distance himself from his views because that is his core base. So then he would then have like a chain ball, like a prison chain ball tied around his neck. This Usman Baba Ali, just this guy could well be like some. Can you see Peter Obi actually jettisoning this guy very quickly?
If it's possible for him to do that, he should do it, and then make a statement to that effect why he did that. That I've just discovered something about him.
That is an extremist.
That of this particular statement against people with this kind of lifestyle, I don't want to have such an hater on my ticket and just justice him and get another person. What's he going to lose? What vote is this guy bringing to him in the first place? He's bringing no vote for him. He's not going to bring any vote because he has no vote to deliver to Obi in the first place. What's Obi going to lose? But Obi should present as a person that is presenting himself before us as better than others. He should show it with whoever that is bringing on the ticket that, yes, we have clean record, we are good character, we don't have, we don't hate our fellow human being because of who they are. This is, I mean, he got nothing to lose. He should jettison this guy and just let him go. And that will send a signal to us and a lot of people around the country that Obi is somebody that is worthy to be emulated. This is a leader that once he discovers bad thing in any one of his associates while in office, he will jettison that associate. It should send us a signal that, he's a different leader.
One man, can I interject?
All right, let's hear from Emmanuel. Yeah, come in, Emmanuel, yeah.
Yeah, Angela Coco, do you listen to Baba Ahmed's interview? Do you pay attention to what he said?
Take him to where you want him to be.
I didn't listen to no interview. I just, which interview? Yeah, I watched one of his interview. Which one? What do you want to say? Put up your point.
Okay.
What do you want to say?
I forgot this man that interviewed him. So he asked him, how is he going to
be able to... The guy from Channels.
Yes. So what is he bringing to the table? So what is he bringing to the table? How is he going to convince the Northerners to vote for Labour Party for the fact that they don't know Labour Party? So he said that he has started doing the work already, that he already started telling them that Christians are not their enemies, that they are serving the same God. You see, that message has already passed. So when I don't know who said, Colata said that the man is like he's going to paint some narrative to the Christian or something. So he has already merged the God, the religion of the Islam and the Christian as one God. That's what they are serving, and that's how he passed the message, because he said that the Northerners, they are seeing Christian as unbelievers. So he said he has already corrected that impression from that angle, and he said he's going to do more to tell them that these people serve the same God like us. Now, talking about what he said 2014, it's just an opinion. He raised an opinion.
Is it his opinion?
Yes, he raised an opinion. And
is it
opinion that gays should be killed? Is that an opinion?
It was countered because we have a law. And
oh, come on, stop that, man. Stop that. Somebody, you don't want to hold accountable for the statement that he made. You are talking about law. The law is different. But he is saying, this is what he said, according to the report, that
I'm telling you, he said
gay people should be killed.
2014, and it has, that statement was countered because we have a law.
Can I please ask
oh
you?
My God.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is one of the points that quickly make me jump on this. I lived in Kaduna about 22 years of my life, and I know very well how this Northerners, how some people feels. That statement he made on channel that Jesus, that he was preaching to his kinsmen, that Jesus is mentioned so many times in the Quran. Abraham is in the Quran. That is the belief. That is what they have been preaching to them before against Christians. So he is now trying to go and change it with them. And remember, politics are not started. Still telling Obi that he still has a chance. It is irony is telling him that your VP is not marketable. When the politics begin, all these big wigs know what they will use in discrediting him. So whatever he's saying now is something they had said in the past. I think about the elder brother. Haven't you seen him so many times on the TV station when there are problems of South and North? He is supporting the Southern cattle rearer to stop selling cows to the Southerners. That is where they stand. And secondly, on these gay issues, in Nigeria, Northerners has the highest number of gay. I am telling you.
Yes.
Northerners has
the highest. They call them Dandaudu or Dandauda.
Yes, that's the name they call them, Dandaudu. And now you are saying, even if you suggest punishment for gays, it is not supposed to be capital, as learned as you are. It is not supposed to be capital. And you are saying politics have not started yet. When it starts, so I don't. In my point, Obi has just gone. I don't know. He is a fine guy, educated. I just believe Obi was not able to find anybody that matches him. That's why.
Do you think he should quickly dump this guy and just cut his loss? And because he only has till the 15th.
I've not seen anything to make him to dump this guy.
No.
So, to be honest, I've not seen anything to make him to dump him.
That is
why is it wait? Why is it dumping the guy? Because the guy painted his own opinion about. Okay, do you listen what he said about the security, that when you kill, like if you're a bandit and you kill, that you should not be spared, that you should be killed immediately, not to jail you in the tomorrow. Of course, that's what we believe, and that's why everybody's believe. Kuje that they broke now.
So the law does not go like that. That once you are going to be prosecuted, and once you are found guilty, And that's what
There
I'm
is nothing to be prosecuted. So if that law will be passed that when you kill families, you should not be spared. And that's how it's supposed to be.
This is what I'm saying.
No,
Do you
no,
believe
we
in
are.
Nigeria? Do you believe in Nigeria of these days?
Is that not even an extremist view?
Yeah, in Nigeria of these days, the present government, I am not sure any of the government has signed death warrants. All people that are sentenced to death, they are still there in jail. No,
They should sign it because after everything they will release them. They will still be killing people. I don't know what they're waiting for. They should sign it.
His own view might not go well with a lot of people. It is not that it's not nice. It is nice, but I'm talking politically. His own view might not go well with a lot of people, and this is what Obi needs. So if Obi has a chance, he can.
Tell me in Nigeria who that a bandit kill family that they should spare the person. Tell me the person that will accept that.
I am not saying they should spare the person, but the thing is, it happens everywhere. When people commit in the south and they are caught, family members will send the king and kinsmen to government that this is a child. What. If it happens in the north, that's the same thing. I'm not saying it is right, but I'm telling you, as the political season that we are, those statements he made might be deficit for him. That's what I'm saying.
Well, they are, and if another one comes out, then that's the end of it. Emmanuel, I'm going to put a word in the comment section. I want you to go and check the meaning of this word. It might well give you a better understanding of how to interpret some of these things you hear. So that's the word. So if you look it up, it might give you a better understanding of how to interpret some of those things there. But Ajale Koko, back to you.
So, like I said, when you have people in the position of leadership, you have surrendered your life to them. And if they are people of questionable character, yes, they will manage that position of leadership in such a bad way that will affect you and affect generation behind you. So this kind of person with this kind of mindset is not fit to be in the second most powerful position in our country. People should point this out to Obi, and Obi should act fast by kicking this guy out of the ticket, look for another person with no questionable character. Every human being are not perfect. We are not perfect. But somebody with this kind of hate in his heart against fellow human being is a killer. He could kill. He could use power. He could use that position of power to influence bad law against people or group of people he doesn't have. I mean, he doesn't love. He have huge hatred against those people in his heart. And that is why he recommended that they should, capital punishment should serve them. That is wrong. What have they done wrong against the state? What have they done wrong against anybody? They haven't. They want to live the life they like. Can't we just live the life we want to live, for God's sake? So what's the big deal? People want to be gay. Would Doyen Okupe even wish his own son or daughter death because of who he is or who she is? No. No. Our culture does not allow that, but at the same time, we are in the world that has changed. I'm not saying that we should encourage that, but if we're unfortunate to have a person like that in our family, what we can do is to love that person. If possible, we can do some orientation, for that person to change that person back to normal life. That is what we should do. But not to look for their death.
Can I interject?
Yeah, you can interject.
This issue you're bringing up right now, I always say something. Have you seen where it is done before? What are the experiences of the people living in those places where it is practiced?
You mean to reorient somebody? You mean to reorient?
I'm talking about the ideation of these gay folks, right? When I came into the United States, hold on, please, okay, hold on. When I came into the United States, right? I
Be,
best
be,
of
be
friends.
mindful of your wordings, though, for reasons of YouTube, but carry on. Yeah. Carry on. All right. I think duty has taken Joel. But yeah, back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts there, and then I want to go on to Nigeria for reasons of time. So back to you.
So
It's alarming.
this is alarming, one man. This is very alarming, and we can't expect a well-educated person like that to have this kind of
Take it
mindset.
easy. Bye.
So, people of this obedient should develop a habit of saying what is bad is bad. That won't stop you from supporting Obi. But when your Obi made a mistake, is it not a human being? Every human being, as long as that human being liveth, bound to make a mistake. So if Obi has made a mistake in picking a wrong person, let us accept that he has picked a wrong person. You are all Christians in the East. This person that have hatred against a fellow human being that believe that does not have the same, that, the Holy Quran condemn that that kind of lifestyle. Because the Quran condemn it, doesn't mean that they should be eliminated. No, it's not a plus for Obi. So Obi should act that, and those of you supporting him should develop an habit of calling spade a spade. When Obi is wrong, is wrong. Don't support him blindly. Is a human being like you. It is not your savior. It can never be your savior. You guys should just see him as a politician, and obviously he's a politician like every other politician that, bound to make mistake, bound to make error, bound to do wrong things sometimes. So it cannot be the best of the best human being on earth. So that is just advice I want to give to you all. One man, this is alarming. Obi should wake up. If possible, we can fire this guy, fire him, get another person. He's not going to lose anything. People, just let us do the right thing. If you want to get the country right, you don't want this kind of person at the top of affair with this kind of hate
Rather
in his
than
heart.
him, if that guy really wants to help Obi, Adanle Koko, rather than Obi firing him, that guy should just be persuaded to step down so that Obi can appoint somebody else. So it won't look as though Obi fired him, because it will not go down well with the fundamentalists in the north,
Yeah.
But if that guy can step down within the next couple of days so that Obi can appoint, because I think from that comment, it tells us that there's plenty more to come from that space. If he says that in parliament, then that tells you that's his worldview.
Yeah, that is, I mean, it's just, this is alarming, and it's just bad that Obi is having Obi is better than this. No, Obi is better than this. He cannot have somebody like this around him. It's dangerous for him too. Cannot have a person like this around him. He's a hater. He's a hater, and he should not be in the position of lead
sorry, Joel, I
in
want
that
to move.
country.
Yeah, sorry, Joel. I want to. Yeah, go on.
He should not be in the position of leadership in that country. It should be jettisoned. We need new leadership. Obi is trying to show that, yes, it's bringing something new into the leadership of that country. And we want to see that in totality around him, and not a character like this. Thank you, woman.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from Ajanle Koko to Niger. To Niger, are you there? To Niger. All right.
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So good to have you to Niger. So to Niger, you've been following the conversation, hopefully. And
yes,
what has emerged in the course of this session is now this discovery that the Arabian prince that Peter Obi is parading all over the political space, he has somewhat of a dark past. it's almost imagined that this guy is somewhat of a fundamentalist. I'm sure you've caught the storyline, but what are your thoughts on it? This guy's views.
Personally, from what I've heard so far, you would think from the way Ajale Koko is sounding, like the guy has already proposed the bill and the House of Senate and this thing has already passed it. Let's not forget that Buhari tried to pass so many laws, like even the hate speech law, they blocked it. So many laws that they wanted to pass, the country blocks it. So one, he does have extreme opinions that a lot of people may not like, but it's an opinion, and he's not even the main, flag bearer. He's just a supporting candidate. You have that in many countries. You have weird people that have weird opinions that they attack them for, which is fine. Obama's pastor, remember, God damn America. And so you hear all that. I know even Obama even used the term that, some people were clinging to their guns and all that. You always get this type of things in politics. People suddenly start acting as if, everybody is cleaner than clean. He's not going to ask the guy to stand down. I've heard the guy speak. He seems to sound like an okay guy. However, a big however, as a guy that keeps an eye on the bigger picture, I'm not always very comfortable with people like that. And I still find it problematic that our people still don't understand that there are certain things you just do, not necessarily because, you don't want to come across as being, focusing on merits and all the rest of it. Because in the end, there's still some sense of, I know you, you know me, that is going on here. So let's not pretend that didn't happen. So if that is the case, then why would you choose somebody that has a heritage all the way from Mauritania, a country which, from my own look, still has a high level of slavery there?
Slave trade, yes.
Hereditary slave trade there, and hereditary slave trade.
It's the last place standing in terms of slave trade in the world.
Yes, it's the number one in the world. It's the number one in the world, and that, for me, I find out, how can you think like that and you go and just, fine, you like him, you might. I like the way the guy talks too, and maybe that's all we need. That's true, but that, for me, as somebody that looks at things like that, I feel like if you are from a family that is part of people that are oppressing technically black people in that place, because my biggest focus is the fate of black people. That matters a lot to me. Hell, because I'm one of them. So I have to be careful. I have to care about my people. So, and the groups that are oppressing the black people in that country are the Arabs and the Berber kind of lighter skinned people in that country. And he's from that group. And now he's in Nigeria. So and that country actually punishes by death atheism. You can't be an atheist in that country. So they are quite extreme too there. So it's not so surprising that he holds these views. And the fact that he holds these views is not that new. Many Sahel countries have those type of views too. I think I know of a Burkina Faso case where they literally fired the TV, the person in charge of their national TV, just because two women kissed for a very brief period on one of the TV shows. So they fired him like crazy. I think they even shut the TV station down. So that is something that we have to contend with. That there are some people that don't believe in these things, and sometimes they for good reasons. Because one thing we have to understand is Western countries, we can't do things because of them. They do things for their own purposes, and they weaponize it against countries that are less. And they make excuses for why they treat those countries badly, and they use those reasons as if it's something that they didn't do themselves. They did them, but they weaponize it against countries that are less powerful. Let's look at the ledger here. Most of the countries that they have good relationships, like with Saudi Arabia, they have good relationships with. Saudi Arabia carries out some of the most heinous human rights abuses in relation to the way America conducts itself, at least claims to conduct itself. But they don't do anything about it. They work with the Egyptian leader that is violates human rights like nothing. If we think that they kill people in the NSAS protest, the Egyptian authorities, they kill more than 1,000 people in one day in one of their protests. So these people, they mean, and Americans support them. They support them. They give them even more ammunition than they ever gave to Nigeria ever. annually that they give to Israel, no, to Egypt, I mean. So, and you look at Israel too, the rights violation they are carrying out all over the world. Not to mention the wars and all the rest. You can't even start on. These people don't care about human rights. What they use is they weaponize it against us. And if it's their own people that are doing it, they sanitize it for their own people. We have to understand these things, and we can't rule ourselves based on it. So this young man, I like to call him young man, 63 years old. He has the young face, which is a very good thing. You know, you want the youths to start coming through. I don't know whether we call him a youth at all, but this is Nigeria. So I think he comes across right. He talks the right way. He might hold some extreme views. He also holds extreme views that many Nigerians believe in against terrorists. That is not always a bad thing. So maybe you need people that have extreme views to come out and say what they think. And remember, these extreme views that he holds, many Northerners will support it. You see, so that is not always a bad thing. The way we look at it in the South is not the same as the way the people in the North look at these things. So many of them will support it, and it's not a vote loser in the North at all. And the South, the people that are going to vote Peter Obi are already on board. Whether he has a jihadist as a running mate or not, they don't care. These are people that wouldn't even tolerate any criticism of Peter Obi. You think they will not vote for him? They will. So I think that's my concern about the guy. There are positives, and there are very, very, for me, concerning negatives, because I really strongly believe.
Which one outweighs? Which one outweighs? Which one outweighs?
Oh my, this is going to split my head in half.
Okay, let's run through the list. It is foreign to the Nigerian space. He comes from a country that is still one of the is singularly the largest slave space where black people are vested upon. He an elite from that space. He is an expert in Islamic jurisprudence, and he holds the views that he has expressed. So those are the cons. What are the pros? He strikes a very good image. He's tall and striking, and people like presidential figures to be tall. I think this is what is internationally observed. He speaks very articulately, and he speaks to the things that really bother Nigerians: corruption, terrorism, etc. So the pros and cons, but which one outweighs? Is it too extreme?
I think the on balance, the pros outweighs the cons. One, the reason why is because he's not responsible for his heritage. He wasn't born into it. That he was just born into it. He didn't ask him to be an Arab. So he's just what he is. So it depends on his own actions. I don't know what else he has done, but if it is only because he holds views about gays, which he can easily tamper, which he can easily water down, to an extent to make it more palatable for people from other parts that are more concerned about these things. Yeah, if he is anti-corruption, he's anti-terrorism, and is for security measures to be put in place to empower the country. Yes, the positives outweigh the negative. But I really, really am concerned about the background, because that background doesn't spell, it spells almost some of the issues I still see in the North. And this is why people like Kwakwanso say what the kind of stuff they say. They're like, he's a Fulani, he just says, the North will vote the same way. It's like, they really take the Hausa for granted. And I find that really problematic that nobody calls these things out. And the Hausas make up the majority of the North, and yet nobody says anything. I don't understand it, except the Hausas are Fulanis, because I'm really confused here. Because if you look at the demographics of Nigeria, 6% is Fulani. Hausas make up over 20%. So why is it that the Hausas are not the ones that are being chosen into this, or to the point where we are even choosing people from Mauritania that have a Mauritanian heritage? I don't get it. I really don't. And it's a question that we really need to ask ourselves. And maybe there is a gap there in our awareness of what is going on in the North. We can say that, okay, because they are mixed and all the rest, but there are a lot of them that are not mixed. And even if they are mixed, it's just 10%, 20% Fulani. Then suddenly we just call the people Fulani. Maybe we should be looking for people that are actually Hausa to run this country, and there's no reason why they are not there. They are there. Nobody is just
To,
looking for them.
to Niger, their self identification is what's important. They self identify as Muslim first, then they self identify as Hausa Fulani second. They don't separate the tribes, even though by phenotype you can know who has more Fulani blood than Hausa blood. So is that Islam that's the glue, and of course the Fulani adopted Hausa language. So of course the structure is still structurally the Fulani are on top. So there's no way you're going to try and bring anybody to power that is not positioned for power, and that person is naturally going to be Fulani. That's the problem.
I would do it. Even if I'm like the John the Baptist, I don't care, because something needs to change in that direction. We can't keep reinforcing
I think, sorry, tonight.
hegemony.
Apologies tonight, but I think what Kulaka is trying to get across is that the space doesn't even facilitate for it. So it's not even the matter. The space doesn't facilitate for it. They see themselves firstly as Muslim, and all of the levers that control the space is held by the Fulanis. So I don't even think it's a matter of choice. If the Hausas want to break through, the space doesn't allow for it.
I don't understand why we say the space doesn't allow for it. Are they in prison? There are free people that are walking around, and then many of them are millionaires out there. I think I'm not buying that argument that the space doesn't allow for it. There's always space if you look for it. There is always
Okay.
space, and I don't like the
Let me
idea
give
where
you
we
let
think
me
that
give you
the
one let
Lord
me
is
give
a
you another
monolith.
example. Tonight, let me give you another example. This is not it doesn't involve Hausa. Yoruba people in Ilorin, the emir is of Fulani heritage. I mean, it has a high percentage of Yoruba. But if you talk to the Yoruba people from Ilorin about the emir and all that stuff, they will push back so hard against you because it's ingrained in them, because they are the closest to Northerners. So it's ingrained in them that they're Muslim emir first before any other self-identification. And you know that is very, very strange amongst Yoruba, because Yoruba people identify as Yoruba first before religion. Religion doesn't matter. We don't care if one is Muslim or Christian. But if you go to Ilorin, it's such a it's such a weird outlook over there that you cannot question the emir, even though it's Fulani. They will tell you is one of them, that they're one and the same. So that religion, that power of religious self-identification is a very strong, powerful
Yeah,
tool.
I've spoken to people about this, like, the Somalis. They are one of the earliest Muslims in the world. In the end, you can find gaps in their thinking, and you find out that in the end, in reality, this has nothing to do with this in Muslim or this in first. They are granting their power to a religion that doesn't have any loyalties to them at all. And okay, I don't want to make it sound as if I'm being anti-Islamic here. They are granting their power to to a kind of religion that is actually political too. It's not just religious, and that is one thing they have to demarcate from what they are doing. It's okay to be religious, but also remember the political aspect of it, because your people are paying a price for it. As people, when you are doing these things, don't forget that your people are suffering for it. Because like the Somalis, you heard them talk about this they are even willing to sell Africa away to go and join with Islam and all the rest, and they criticize other people. But when I catch them out, you let them know that, you know what, look at your people, you are suffering. Do you see the others living like that? You people act as if you are one of them, but they don't treat you as one of them. When it comes to anything, even when you go to their country, they treat you badly. How can you pretend as if you don't see that? This world is not controlled by religion, it's controlled by blood. It's just basic. If it wasn't controlled by blood, you will see many Islamic countries that are black doing very well. But you don't see that. It's only in the Arab world you see, like Mecca, Emirates, and all those ones. Those are the ones that you see doing very well. So let's not pretend. And sooner or later, when you start telling them these things, they may not like to hear it, but it's going to remain. If the truth never fades, it's going to be there. They are going to be remembering. And sooner, I've seen them change. I've seen people change over time. At first they come across and say, they'll say, oh, Arab religion first, but later on they start turning. They'll say, okay, yeah, religion is one, but I still also know that I'm from so and so place. And you have to remind them of that, because they have been around far longer than the religion has been around. and the religion will go and change into something else, and they are still going to be here. So you have to remind them of that their people is their highest priority. And I don't think you can even use the Quran to let them understand that you have to take care of your people. You can't just sacrifice your people on the altar of that you're just following religion. That's my take anyway. I don't want to come across as being this thing, because most of these topics, when you discuss them, it gets very, very heated, and they feel like, oh, you're attacking the religion. But I'm not. You have to understand there are political components attached to religion. And if you want to free yourself from the source of that religion that is negative, from the negative effects, you have to remember who you are before you can be able to do that. If you look at when Islam came into Africa, that is when the West African region started suffering their biggest reverse. Then, before the Europeans started coming from the south, we started suffering our biggest reverse. It's not that because it's a bad thing that people come together, because bigger Islamic nations tend to be bigger. They tend to, because they conquer so many other groups, and they tend to be bigger. It's a good thing from that point of view. But in terms of our fall, that's what led to our fall. Was it not a Moroccan Islamic kingdom that came and destroyed Songhai Empire? They even told them during that time that, why are you attacking an Islamic nation? You're not supposed to do that. Because it's not about religion. It's always been about blood, greed for resources. And this is why we are the ones suffering and the others are not suffering as much as us. And if you remind them of that, they will sooner or later start understanding. And many of them do. They don't just speak about it openly. They're not stupid. They know what is going on, but they don't speak about it openly. So that's what my take on all these type of things. You don't go and start telling them their religion is bad, or they should
Do
forget
you
about
do you, th- do you think
yeah,
Peter Obi do you think Peter Obi should jettison this guy? He only has 5 days
I don't
left.
think he should. I don't think he should. Because if he does, that's going to be far more damaging. It's going to be far more damaging. Can you imagine that he jettisons the guy after 5 days to go? That is just going to make him look so untidy. And I think, for better or for worse, that is his running mate now. As a matter of fact, he will do himself so good to even straighten the guy even further. Because in these things, you can't apologize for your choices. He apologized for his choices right now. And for such an important choice, it's going to be a catastrophic mistake to do. So the guy is not the president. The guy, there's no bill going on there in the House of Congress or Senate to pass anti-gay law or on that kind of level. So it's not going to happen. We know that kind of law cannot pass in Nigeria. So that is not something anybody should worry about. Anybody that's making a big deal out of it should ask themselves why they are worrying about that point. The point you should be more worried about is the fact that he's talking about he's going to kill terrorists. That's what you want to worry about, because this current this in the administration, we're not that hot on it. And he actually said something very interesting. He literally tried to accuse the current administration of being responsible for some form of, in some ways, terrorism or some other group. So you can see that these people, they have an agenda that they really want to fight this terrorism issue, but I don't know how. And I would really like to hear, because that was the question they were asking him, and he refused to answer it directly. So, and I hope someday, Mo, whether you get somebody from NLC, because I did say it on the other channel, if you can get somebody from NLC, because they work with labor, you see, and NLC is a kind of the closest arm of the public to politics. And it would be interesting to talk to people from there, what they actually demanded from labor before they lent them their support. What is it they want? What are they advocating on behalf of their people? Because these are things that are important we flesh out, and this is one of the ways they can get politicians to do the bidding of the people. You see what I mean? And that is very, very important, that we start talking to such groups like our SU education department and all those sorts. I don't know how big you are, but you're already talking to Peter Obi's friends, according to Alexander. So you'll be talking to Peter Obi's friend. So when you are talking to Peter Obi's friend, I don't see that NLC this thing would be such a problem for you. So if you can get them, it will be a good thing, because I think the people need to start demanding stuff from these politicians. If you don't ask, how are you going to get precisely what you want? They will give you what they think you want. You see my point? So on that one, that's how I look at it anyway. I still think Nigerians the people in the South should be thinking about the North as they truly are. They are not a monolith. And if we keep granting them this thing that they are a monolith, we are just not seeing the true picture. It's like saying all Igbo people are a monolith. They are not. The South, they are not a monolith, no matter what you like. Even the Yorubas are not. If you look deeper enough, look close enough, you see that Yorubas are not. So why would it not be the same? As a matter of fact, for me, when I heard that Hausa man has not ever run this country before, a guy that says I am Hausa has not run this country before, I was extremely shocked. I was really, that's one thing that surprised. And I'm how many years now? I didn't know that before. You know, how can we allow that to happen and nobody's saying anything because we just buy into the hegemony of the North? That is, it shouldn't be allowed. It's like slavery in Mauritania. You know, it's similar to that, really, when you think about it. It's like slavery in Mauritania, where you have a group of people just kept, they're not subjugated in the case of the north of Nigeria, but kept out of power somehow because of religious allegiance. Even religious allegiance doesn't do it that way. If that was true religious allegiance, you will still see them emerge because religion is not partial. But these people are reinforcing something that is not religious. Because religion is often meritocratic, isn't it? It doesn't say you should favor one side against one side. But how is it that the majority of the population of that region hasn't emerged till now? Is it that they are not close to God? Or what? No, what is causing it? Something that is not right has happened there, and people need to be calling it out. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, always excellently put by Tunaja. You know him. But Tunaja, for reasons of time, let me go on from you to Solomon, who hopefully is still there. Solomon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant, Solomon. So, I'm not even sure where to start you off, but let me start you off then with what seems to be dominating the space. The news that has emerged of homophobic comments by Peter Obi's running mate. Is this making the news in Nigeria, and how are people digesting it? Yusuf Baba Ahmed's homophobic remarks.
People online. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, people online are the people. Most people online are supporting P2B, so they are not going to criticize this statement this guy has made. What he said about me, I don't support. God forbid, homosexualism is not something we need in this country. We don't need it at all. It should not be accepted. But saying that they would the punishment involved in it should be death is not acceptable. But he should not say they should kill them straight. It's not good at all. It's not just good. They would have brought up another measure. But this thing is, people are saying is an old statement that he made while he was a senator.
From 2014. Yes.
Yeah. But one thing I keep saying is that I just see Nigerians, should I use the word we Nigerians? Some of us are just hypocrites. How will you say he said it in 2014? Okay, we should not judge him by that. Then why are we judging people like Tinubu? Tinubu was held for the last time he held political office. I think was it in 2007 or so?
Yes.
Yeah. So why are we not judging him by his past dealings or don'ts? Then now this other guy now was saying we should leave him, that it was in 2014 that he made that statement. So let's just change from all these ways of saying things that are not relevant. Like we should call a spade and point out that this guy, what he said is not good.
Solomon, are you concerned that this guy might be some sort of fundamentalist? Do you have those concerns that he might be a fundamentalist?
I don't really. I'm not even after those. What I'm even after and concerning this guy is the fact that he's not even a full Nigerian. He's not a full Nigerian, and we are judging Atiku. That Atiku is a Cameroonian and he's not a Nigerian. That how can he? I will still call him a Fulani. Okay, this guy too, he's a Fulani guy. He's even from the main Fulani part, Mauritania. They are the main Fulanis.
It's not. It's not. It's not even a black man. You know, he's an Arab.
Yeah, yeah. They are even the main. They are even the main people that are even championing this their conquest thing. They are the ones that spread to Nigeria and Morocco. They are the ones that set up this caliphate of a thing, because the caliphate is in two places in Africa, is in Morocco and is in Nigeria. So why we now? Let's just stop this thing we're doing. It's not good. It will not take us to anywhere. Let's not use because of our emotion and be judging and be supporting somebody, because people are using their emotions to support P2B now. It's not, they are not really supporting him because of they are not there's what they call critical evaluation. When you evaluate, you evaluate this person critically, and you see his fault and you see the good part in him too. But these people, they just want to go with only the good things about him. They're not even talking about his mistakes. Look at about like this guy he just chose now. So let's just have this anyway. This is just what I have to say concerning this guy's
All right. Thank you, Solomon. So, Solomon, it looks as though the decision has been made that Tinubu is going to have a Muslim ticket. So that one has been settled. Well, it's only that who that Muslim is going to be that is still being negotiated now. So it's been discussed ad infinitum, this idea of a Muslim ticket, and he has weighed the calculation to arrive that he must go with a Muslim ticket. So what price do you expect him to pay for this, and what gains do you anticipate that he might get from this, Tinubu and his Muslim ticket?
I don't see any issue about if Nigeria was like the way like Nigeria has really been, because I just see Nigeria as a country that is very backward. That is very, very backward. If Nigeria was really organized and and it was really working, there's no problem with religion. In religion, if somebody is from, if two person, the both number one citizens, that is the president and the vice president, the number one citizen and the second citizen, is if they are both Muslims. If Nigeria was a working country, there is no problem with that. But because of how this religion of a thing has caused lots of problem in Nigeria, we will still have to look at it. But him taking that decision of Muslim, this is politics. You need to look for what will favor you. You need to go. You need to sell your market. You need where you can win. Politics is not a game of sentiment. It's not something you just come to entertain people. This is aim. This is ambition. Like, this is something you need to win. So he's him choosing a Muslim, and the Muslim person he's choosing is speaking from the north. The Muslim person is speaking from the north. It's somebody that can help him get that seat he wants. So it's not a bad idea. It's not wrong at all. It's not wrong.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So Solomon, let me go on from you to Emmanuel as we try to wrap up everybody's voice. Okay. So Emmanuel, are you there? Emmanuel.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So Emmanuel, let me take you to the space then. Well, a lot of Peter Obi in the news, but let me take you to the Peter Obi space, saying that he's not going to spend his administration chasing after people who looted. So what are you making of this? Because I think one of the things that we can all agree that Nigerians want is for the people who have stolen our common patrimony, our common wealth, that they should be hunted down and jailed, and as much of the money retrieved. But Peter Obi says he's going to follow a different direction. It's a loot and go free, is what he's saying. His administration will be loot and go free.
No, I don't think it's that statement tells you to loot and go free. What entails is that he said that he's not going to focus on closing his shop to go and be chasing cloud or chasing a thief. So in the sense that, in as much as he shouldn't prioritize on it, but Peter Obi, just like he did in Anambra, will decisively, deal with people that have mismanaged resources. But it's not going to be like a prioritized agenda for them. You can see how he's even campaigning for how he's campaigning. He's not even saying anything against all these politicians. Like he's not even focusing on them. He's focusing on what he's going to do and how he's going to manage resources. So he's not even telling them that I'm coming for you, I'm doing this one. But Baba Med, from his own end, that's why that man compliments him a lot. He says he's coming, Baba Med says he's coming for them. If you're a criminal and if you're a bandit, there's no mercy for you. If you're a thief, there's no mercy for you. So you can see now there's a compliment there.
And the concerns are that people have about the Baba Ahmed's Arabian lineage. Do you share those concerns, especially as to where his allegiance would be? If Nigeria goes to war with Mauritania, whose side would Yusuf Baba Ahmed be?
One man, I think you are the one that's overstressing this Mauritania stuff. Or to be honest with you, because if you check history of Buhari, check history of Atiku, they are not from Nigeria. They even went to court, they fought for it. They are not from Nigeria. Most of Fulani people are not from Nigeria. We all know that. It's either their mama or their papa is from Nigeria. They have a lineage somewhere else. We all know this. And having said that, Baba Med has been a senator before and he has represented his constituencies. So what are we saying here? So his allegiance, someone that has a lot of property in Nigeria, someone that has a lineage with Ibrahim Babangida. So I don't even know where people are bringing that he's going to have a focus his mind and soul to Mauritania. Where are we getting this notion from? He owns 2 universities. There's no single property that he owns in Mauritania. You
How
can
do you
bring
know
one.
that? How do you know that?
You bring one if you know.
No,
You don't know.
I don't know if he owns or not, but how do you know that he doesn't own?
One man, I'll send you an article. I don't know. Maybe I'll find it. I'll send it. I think it is this your platform that is mentioning this. People are mentioning this Mauritania of it. I think outside from this platform, no one is.
Excuse me,
Emmanuel.
Excuse me, one man. Sorry, let me interject. I'm not saying that he's going back. Like I'm saying, people are criticizing Atiku. That Atiku is from Cameroon, and now accepting this man. Is that not hypocrisy? Like why are we going to be behaving like? Why are we going to be talking? And he has been a senator too. Why did he make a change while he was still a senator? Why he was a senator? So what is he going to come and change now? He's coming into power.
No, what I'm saying is that I'm even talking to one man that is overstretching this Mauritania of a thing. Like he's putting the stretch is almost getting to the limit.
Emmanuel, quick one. You said the man has properties in Nigeria. What about us Nigerians that live abroad that we have properties abroad? When America is spraying Nigeria like this, who do you think I'm going to support?
But
Am I going to support America?
Mohammed is a Nigerian.
Yeah, but his lineage is not from Nigeria. He's a first generation Nigerian. If my kids that are Americans are watching soccer between America and Nigeria, they're going to root for Nigeria. Even though they have all their livelihood, they've lived all their lives here, barely gone to Nigeria, but they know where they come from. They're going to support Nigeria.
Let me put the question to you direct. As a vice president, what do you think that is going to build in Mauritania?
A vice president is a heartbeat away from the president.
That's what I'm saying now. What do you think that is going to give the Mauritanians?
What if you have, it may turn a blind eye to Mauritanian herdsmen walking through the country, trooping in the country. He may decide not to do anything about it. How about that?
So why didn't he do it when he was a senator and a House of
Representatives? A senator doesn't have such powers. A senator is just there to legislate.
Vice president, you have such a power above your principal.
A vice president that can become a president. When he becomes a president, he becomes the chief executive.
He's not a president. He's a vice president. We are picking him as a vice president.
and he may become a president if for unforeseen reasons something happens to Peter Obi, he will become
I
the
don't really want to
president. And as a
I don't want to compare these people with like like of Buhari, because Buhari is an extremist, and so is the I don't know what I would call him, that gave power to his brothers in Niger and all that. I don't see this guy.
What about this guy? Is he not an extremist in your view?
In what aspect?
From what we have just been discussing now, his views on sexuality and whatnot.
When you come to sexuality, nobody like that. One man is something that is so irritating. So him viewing it that angle, like even ordinary person can as well say that even in Nigeria here, when they are caught, you see how young youth will be wishing to stone these people to death. This is the mindset that we in Nigeria have. So I won't really blame him that he's saying that they will be killed, because this is the mindset that Nigeria have towards these people.
Just be mindful of the language, because we might trigger YouTube, but carry on. Yeah.
No, I'm just telling you the mindset that we have in Nigeria towards these genders. Do you understand? Nigeria.
Have we lost you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
So I said Nigeria wish that they never have those genders, those he-she together. So you get right. So him making that statement is from his own opinion, from his own view, how he perceive it. You get? So, but I see Baba Ahmed as a decisive person, that when someone that's determined to do something. So, but every time I come here, you will mention Mauritania, he's from Mauritania, child, this and that and that. You understand? I have not seen, he was once a senator. I have not seen where he carried his property or where he carried his Nigeria money. As a senator, you have the power to carry Nigeria money to go into your place, to develop your place. And because as a senator, you most of them in Nigeria, they are thieves because of all the money, all the allowance and all that. But this man is heavily investing his money in Nigeria. Of course, he's a Nigerian.
Do you know what his presence is in Mauritania?
What?
Do you know what his presence is in Mauritania?
I don't know. I don't really know.
So you are not able to say what he has or does not have there if you don't know what his presence is there.
One man, you are the one that started digging this thing out, because there's nothing that I was always making to see whether his mom or his dad that is from Mauritania. I'm just trying, because for him to be a Nigerian, is either the mom or the dad is from Nigeria, or some sort of that. So, but this man, he has a link with Ibrahim Babangida. I don't know whether it's a cause or something that has some sort of relationship they have.
It's not a blood relationship of Babangida. I don't think so.
No, according to them, they say it's a blood relationship, but I don't know how it just came together.
Well, Babangida is not from Mauritania now, and it's not an Arab.
One man, let's leave this Mauritanian, and if you're criticizing this man, let's criticize based on that statement he made, which is okay, which you all accept that statement is it's condemnable, fine, but that is his opinion. Because these people, those genders can be called to come, lured together, sensitize them. They'll be able to change and become somebody else.
If another statement emerges that is along the same lines as this one, do you think Obi should step him down? If another statement that's also hinting at extreme views, if another statement emerges, should Obi step
What kind
him
of
down?
statement? Like what kind of statement are you envisaging?
Like a fundamentalist sort of a statement.
Well,
that is attributed to him.
I don't think so until that message comes out, because I can't hear there to predict the kind of message that's coming out, because even this message,
question.
even this message that is everybody is saying that he said That is how we view it in Nigeria. I won't really blame him because that's how we view it in Nigeria.
Can
Let's
I ask
get
this
this
guy a
thing.
question, woman?
All right. Oh, okay. Ask the question, rational mind. You answer it, Emmanuel, and then from there I'll go on to the next contributor. So yeah, that's who you will
Um,
be. Yeah.
so we all heard about this guy, the communication minister. What's his name?
Lai Mohammed.
No, Pantami, not the
Oh
communication
yeah,
minister.
yeah.
Now, when it was brought to light what Pantami did, what was your reaction? Those fundamentalist views that Pantami expressed, that everybody was just on the other guy's neck. Because I was going by what this guy said, this guy from Abuja, was his name, Solomon, when he says hypocrites, some of us are hypocrites. We don't like to hear people criticize other people, especially people of our own person. So, Ben, what's your view of what was your view of what was I mean
Now,
on
rational mind, get this right. I didn't say that you should not criticize, and if you hear what I said that that statement is condemnable. It's not what I said now.
okay? So
But
somebody like that
but
should that person be a vice president? Someone who is possibly to be a president in a country whereby people have the right to be whatever they want to be, and if somebody is in charge and he has
of course,
expressed a
rational
view
mind, do you know that we have a law
discriminate
that guide
against
that
certain people,
that thing? You know we have a law that guide that. So Baba Ahmed will go and overturn the whole thing and bring it to his own way.
I mean, he's the president. I mean, if he becomes the president, I mean, he's just a stone throw from becoming the president. If he ever becomes
So so
vice
so
president,
okay, fine. If he's the president, so why are people telling that Obi to bring new law to the to a new constitution is going to be very hard?
it's like you don't get my point. I mean, the point I'm trying to express here is that you can't have somebody being in charge of a country when he has expressed that kind of view, that kind of extremist view. You get what I'm trying to say? So, in a country as diverse as Nigeria, whereby we have people who are free to be who they want to be, and you're already saying that. I mean, did you even look at that? Did you see that video of when he was announced as a VP? Did you see I mean, did you even see Obi's body language? And did you see that guy's body language? And how he even expressed is this his Islamic view, sort of? Did you see that? Because I watched it, everything.
I don't know what you're saying anyway.
Okay,
Are
so
you,
maybe
are you counting money, Emmanuel? It sounds like you have a money counting machine somewhere in that place.
trust some people
No,
now.
no.
You always have a counting machine. Is maybe so. You say you do not watch. If you not watch it, you go and watch it. So you
Because
see,
rational mind, when you talk about that, this man is one that said that them as a Muslim, they are Christian, they worship the same God.
who said
So
that?
where are you coming? He said that.
Forget that thing. It's when
I told you now, that's Takia. That's
when it's
Takia.
politically expedient for them. That's what they say, just to get in power. You see. Don't
Just
get me
go.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm Obi. I'm for Obi. I want Obi to get there. But my point is this: that we need to also criticize. We should also give room for criticism to criticize these people.
Of course.
His
I'm not.
choice.
I'm
That
not
choice.
antagonizing anyone that is criticizing. That's how I just told you now that that statement is condemnable. But that is how we view it in Nigeria.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. That is, in fact, if as a youth, any of them get caught, these boys will be wanting to stone these guys to death.
Or is that right?
That is how
Does that make it right?
that's how it's in Nigeria.
But does that make it right?
That is it. They need orientation. They need orientation because it's like a new thing to them. It's just because most of you are in the Western world, you get exposed to this, and the way the people are doing it is becoming a norm. But in Nigeria, it seems like a taboo. In fact, it's a 14 years in prison. So we already have a law that guiding this thing. So I don't know why we're overstretching it. Ahmed will not come and overturn the law and put his law there and be killing the LGBT them.
Just be mindful of the language. Don't use words like killing and soft. Only because YouTube will start harassing me. Carry on.
The one we have there currently right now, the Buhari that we have there, that is using the power of his executive to do what he's doing. What he's doing to the Southeasterners. Where is the law there? Don't we have a justice system there? Why is he bypassing it and doing what he's doing to people in the Southeast? Or people that
What? I didn't get you. What did you say?
allowing them to be done like that?
All right, thank you. Let's leave that as a rhetorical question, rational mind. And thank you, Emmanuel. Let me go on from you, Emmanuel, to Joel. So, Joel, are you there? Brilliant. Good to have you, Joel. So, Joel, you've been listening to the conversation patiently. So, just run through the commentaries as you see fit. Peter Obi saying he's not going to probe corruption. Kwakwanso still romancing the Peter Obi name, and this new development now of this homophobic stance of the Arabian Prince.
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you are, great Nigerians. I would like to start by saying that I would not want to delve into the Kwakwanso comment. I think it is ridiculous. He has made his point. The talks.
Do you think it's cloud chasing? Do you think it's cloud chasing?
His cloud chasing, call it whatever it is. It's not a factor in this election. The election is between Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, and we know this. It's a Wazobia election. Having said that, let me go to the issue that really matters. We were talking about the issue about the LGBTQ and how Baba Ahmed addressed it. It was an unfortunate comment, and I must state it. It was unfortunate. I would not go for killing of any human being because of what they believe in. However, every country must have its own law. The law must come from the people. What does Nigerian people want? What is the decision of Nigerians towards this ideation? I think if you take a study or you take you do some research, you will find out that many Nigerians think the way he thinks, or many Nigerians are in agreement with that statement. However, it's an unfortunate one, and I would not want to overbeat it. I was listening to Ajele Koko where he said that he should resign, and I asked for what? If he resigns, then you have made this election a referendum about gay culture in Nigeria. So let us keep whatever things we have learned in the West. Let us not poison the minds of our people with whatever we have learned in the West. The culture of the West should stay for the West. Whatever good they are doing there, we transfer it to Nigeria. Whatever bad we are doing in Nigeria, we deal with it. Whatever good that we have in Nigeria and we want to export, we export. We have many good things to exchange between both countries. Gay and the lesbian issue shouldn't be one of them. Maybe, like the Kenyan president said to Obama, maybe in the next 50, 60 years, we might start talking about those issues. But right now, in every election, we should have priorities. What is the priority of Nigerians in this particular election? Poverty. Lifting people out of poverty. That is the priority, or should be the priority of every Nigerian. Reducing corruption. How do we do it? That is what we should be looking at. All these trivial issues we are trying to bring into the discourse will not help us as a nation. So I would want to say, Baba, if he wants to apologize, he should. If he does not want to apologize, it's still okay. But I would want him to, just make them feel good. Apologize to it. The law is already there on how to take care of these issues. So I am not going to overflog the dead horse. So I am going to move to the next topic.
Let me take you to this one, Joel. Tinubu seems to have settled for a Muslim ticket. It's not yet settled on a name, I don't think, but the fact that that it's going to be a Muslim ticket is something that seems already settled according to Ganduje. So, what do you think the pros and cons of that are? Where do you think he will gain from running that ticket, and where do you think he will lose from wanting running that ticket?
Well, Tinubu goes for a Muslim ticket. You see, I do not have any problem with running a Muslim on a Christian ticket, but we are not yet ripe for it as a nation. With what is going on with the killings in our war, the other day I was reading about the statistics of Christians being killed in the north. If you go on to pick up a Muslim ticket, it means that you're insensitive to the plight of the people, that you are about to be their CEO. You are not thinking. And let me tell you, someone came up and said, I think it was Ojus Okalo, that Remi Tinubu is a Christian, and when they want to sleep, they keep their Bible and Quran side by side. Who cares? What is Remi Tinubu going to do to the presidency? Unless she wants to help Tinubu hold his hand. But apart from that, I don't think there's any change or any impact Remi Tinubu we have on the presidency of Tinubu. So that is pure catastrophic. If Tinubu chooses a Muslim ticket, I think everything is working for the good, and Peter Obi will be the president of Nigeria. Can I just move? I don't want to, because it is an issue of common sense. Um, my only regret about that is that he is of the Fulani. I was listening to one of the best guy to ever grace this show, and Tubaba. I would say he's an enigma. He should be the one bearing that name, enigma. He should be commended for the way he put, his reasoning, his logic. Um, I would want that, because you see, I always hear this thing about the North. When you start making those insinuations, you bring down your psyche as a human being. We have so much revert to the North, the North, the North. I was born in Kano State, and I will tell you, the North is not one. But when it comes to politics, they paint that picture to tell you, hey, you know what, you cannot do anything. It's a lie. It's a lie. If the North were so attached to themselves, good Lord Jonathan would not beat Buhari in the first election. So let us work with those that things like us. There are a lot of people in the North that are educated. Yes, you might have a lot of them in the rural areas, but that does not change the fact that they are ready for a change, because they are also hungry. They also have the insecurity. They are the ones in the refugee camp. It's an issue of common sense, because the blind could see it and the deaf could hear this devastation that had befell the northern Nigeria. So, please, the issue of whether he came from Mauritania or not, I do not think that should be an issue right now. And I say this because I am from Nigeria, and I know that I'm in the United States. They have not treated me any different. Yes, we might have maybe one or two people talking and all that, but when it comes to the law, when it comes to the opportunities out there, if you have what it takes, they employ you. That is the country we have to build. We have to start building a country that will make us, feel like we are human beings.
When we have a country where there are opportunities, where you come from would not really matter.
All right. Joel, and to Peter be saying he's not going to probe past administrations. Is that a wise thing to say? Because Nigerians do want the people who looted their commonwealth. They want them punished, but Peter Obi says he's not going to probe past administrations. Why would they say that?
Well, I think I will align with him in that, and I will tell you why. When you have a priority, you deal with your priority. These issues about what they call it, about the issues about um, corruption is an ongoing fight. You cannot make that your priority. It is something that it continues. What is your priority? The priority of Nigerians right now is picking them out of poverty, pushing them out of poverty as much as we can. That is the priority. He's still going to fight corruption. That is what I was trying to make you understand. He's still going to fight corruption. If you steal and the EFCC, there are institutions that are responsible. And I want to tell you, if the institution says, you know what, this person is like EFCC says, this person is corrupt, Peter Obi is not going to stand in the way of your investigation. That is my point. Let every agency go out there and do their job. Let us make them effective. It does not just lie in the seat of the presidency. Go out there, you and I. When you see something like Dora Akunyele said, say something. Say something. We are all part of it. We are not going to say it's just Peter Obi. And when you see a man stealing, you are not going to raise alarm. All of us, we have to be part of that government because he is telling you, take back your country. You are not only taking back the presidency, you are taking back the vice presidency, you are taking back the National Assembly, you are taking back your governors, you are taking back your local government chairman. All those strata of government, we pay them money to do a job. All those agencies, we pay them to do a job. Make those agencies effective. Let your governors be effective. If your governors are effective, then we start solving these problems. That is why we have or clamoring for a true federalism. Because when we build in small centers, then it comes, collectively, you see that we are building a nation. But the issue of always going to Abuja to pick up money and go back to the state and share should be a thing of the past. And that is why I want us to move from the present way that the country is being run to something different. Something that we can see and say we are proud. Let us in abroad say we are proud of our country and we want to go back. That is the country I want to see. Not telling me somebody is from Mauritania. We are going to investigate that. Nigeria is a nation. If he is found at any point in time, and to be fair, if he's one thing, trying to compromise our nationhood, we will get him. We will get him.
Does Peter Obi have restructuring in his plan?
You say?
Does Peter Obi have restructuring in his plan?
Yeah, he has restructuring in his plan. And this is the thing. It's not like the issue of restructuring. I will tell you something about restructuring too. We have to start restructuring bit by bit. And I'll tell you why. If you make restructuring your priority, you are going to pursue it forever. We are going to do whatever thing that we have said we are going to do should be done in addition to whatever thing we are doing, our main priority. If we are going to do restructuring, first and foremost, let's start with state police. That is part of restructuring. We do not need if the country agrees we need a state police.
There's a good chance that our state police will come in before February.
If it comes in, then we move it further. Let's start decentralization. Let's start decentralizing our international airports. Decentralize our ports. Okay, let's start decentralizing our income. Let's start going to the fertile land we have in the north and develop them.
Let those in Aba give us the shoes. Let those in Lagos, Lagos, give us one of the most beautiful cities. We are talking about all these things. We are not even talking about what they call it again,
Tourism.
tourism. The tourism sector. Let me tell you something. Maybe for people that don't know, as I am right now, I have about 50 friends, non-Nigerians, that want to visit Nigeria.
What do you mean you have?
Over the past
I
5
thought
years. Over the past 5 years.
I thought
But
I was
you know
your
what is
only friend.
happening? No, what is happening? What is happening is this, right?
This guy.
As time goes on, you hear one thing in Nigeria. You hear stuff like they kill someone in Sokoto. You think these things are online. People see them. How do you get foreign direct investment when we are killing each other in Nigeria? When
Joel,
people are
where did you find 50 friends? I am the only friend you have. What are you trying to pretend like you have friends? Look at this guy. Where did you start
So
having friends? Eh?
because instead I'm telling you that I've got next year, regardless of what it is, I started telling them, they said they want to come. I said, we have a leader, because they believe that if Nigeria is great, that the black race is great. We hold the key to the success or thereof of the black race. If we get it right, the black race, we get it right. Because Nigerians are the only race, is the only country, or Nigerians are the only people that go out there and they do not feel intimidated. If you think that ego is a problem, it depends on how you look at it. Ego can also be a plus to you. Being proud, depending on how you look at it, can be a plus or a minus. But in Nigeria, we've been able to manage that. We need to take Nigeria for this doldrum that it is right now. We need to take Nigeria to where it's supposed to be. We are better than this.
All right, brilliant, well put. So always well put by Joel, as you all know. So thank you for that, Joel. So gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off, to land on Kulata with the final word. I'll start it off with Moses, who we've not heard from yet. So we hear from Moses by way of our closing remarks. So Moses, are you there? Moses. Unmute yourself. Moses, unmute yourself. Moses, do you want to unmute yourself? All right. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's hear from you. Unfortunately, you came later,
Yes.
but let's hear from you. Your comments on the conversation that just took place. Moses.
On which issue?
Okay, on Peter Obi saying
On
he's
which
not
issue
going
now?
to.
Tell me now. Which
Okay.
one?
Peter Obi saying he's not going to probe the previous administrations if he becomes president. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
I would say that it's a word of wisdom. You understand? Because if you look at in the right way, if he come out and say he will prove Buhari or Jonathan or Obasanjo, he's making a big mistake because of his move. So I don't think he's made a mistake for saying such a thing. Besides, he wants to focus on the front. He don't want to look back, maybe something that can, if you look at his statement last time, he said that the problem of Nigeria is that some people, if you want to rule Nigeria, you have to look all the problems Nigeria have now. Not when you get there. You can't. You start complaining about the past administrations. Say they do this, they do this. Because of everything is because of their bad leadership, you cannot work, you cannot do this. Like this administration is complaining about Goodluck Jonathan. So I think he don't want to make that mistake. He want to focus on the work ahead of him. You understand? So that is
All right.
how I see the view.
All right. So let me take you to another one. We still want Peter Obi to be our vice president, but there is a deadline. So it is Kwakwanso still saying that he still wants Peter Obi to be his vice president. So do you think the Megida has been drinking burukutu or something? Because I think that train has already passed that station, but Megida is still there. Do you think this is burukutu talking? Has the man been at the alcohol again?
I see Kwankwaso as a cloud chaser because yes, I see Kwankwaso as a very big cloud chaser because he have at least let him manage 1 week of this popularity from he get from P2B. So I have if the man grants interview today from TC this television TVC or what? Even nobody knows that he granted interview today, self. It just look like nobody, you know. So because of the P2B narrative, make him look popular. People are that if you go to Twitter, Kwankwaso they trend every time because of P2B popularity. So and he doing all this to because P2B now is ahead of him. You understand? I know back his mind, he will regret in everything. Because I don't know that a person with the right sense would think after 8 years of Buhari, the North will get the power again. I don't think that even some of the North is against the view. So himself, I don't know the people that are pushing him to come and contest for president. I don't know that. I don't think he's doing it to protect his party or to get relevant. I don't know. But all I see there is a greedy man.
All right, thank you. So well put. So thank you, Moses. So Moses, like I said, you came laterly, but I wanted to make sure that we document your voice. So that was Moses. So from Moses, we go on to let's go to Joel, who I think is in the car about to head out to somewhere. So Joel, we're taking closing remarks. So just a short summary to round off your thoughts, Joel. Joel of Nashville.
Okay. Yeah. I would just like to say this. As time goes on, as this election draws closer, we should start seeing all these questions. We should start answering all these questions being thrown at Peter Obi. But I just want to know. I just want to say this that the discourse is okay. I love the exchange of ideas. Sometimes some of us might feel lost. We have to start bringing them back and say, "Hey, you are Nigerians," and we have to start taking our culture very seriously. And hopefully, we have a presidency that will help us redefine who we are as a nation, and that's what I believe is Peter Obi. And if not for anything, I want him to give them a good run for their money. Something that will make them sit up, even if he doesn't make it. But I believe, from the heart of hearts, from my heart of heart, that Peter will be the next president of Nigeria, and Nigeria will come out good for it. Thank you, one man, for what you do. Thank you to all the contestants, to everyone that contributed. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant, as always. So that's Joel of Nashville. So from Joel of Nashville to Niger, who seems to be Joel's favorite voice today. So closing remarks to Niger.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad I took part in the conversation. Yeah, about the candidate that Peter Obi picked, I think he spoke well, and this is part of and I like that the idea that he's younger than Peter Obi, so that also comes out okay. The ideas that he espouses are not exactly new to northern Nigerians, and even many southern Nigerians believe in such things. And we have to, evolve our own way. We are not the West. And, I've said what I need to say about them, but I think that also that we some of the things we are talking about when we talk about empowering the people, we need to start looking at ways to get it out there, because this NLC stuff that I just mentioned earlier on is a good one, where we start finding out what NLC is demanding, because I know they can make demands. They always talk about, oh, if you don't give us what we want, we'll go on the street and protest. So maybe this is when it really does matter. And when they start looking at how they are going to demand stuff, because you'll be surprised, they might demand stuff from Peter Obi, and Peter Obi is like, I'm not going to give you that, but Tinubu will say, yes, I'll give you. So these are the kind of things we need to get to grips with, so that at least the people start having a voice in what the politicians are going to be doing. I'm surprised they don't even do it now. So those are the kind of things I think we should be taking seriously. And obviously, number one for me is security. If you don't fix your security status, what Joel said, that many people from the West and the diaspora want to return home, and they look at Nigeria as the hope of Africa. And if Nigeria is not proven to be sovereign, it's scary how crazy that is. Nigeria should be sovereign. We should have well over 1 million standing this military by now. If we did that, you will see the fate of our people change rapidly, because many of them will start rushing back. Our Nigerians, we don't even need other Nigerians still rushing back with a lot of money. I'm sure Mo will return back. He might be comfortable in England, but he will be visiting Nigeria a lot more. This is how things change for our people, because people will exchange ideas and come and invest. It's not new money that is going to be spent. The money, any money you invest in your security will pay for itself, and we should understand that. I think when we understand that, I don't know how many investment that does that, where you spend huge money on the state, but it pays for itself. In the case of Nigeria, that is a common sense thing, and I think we should push very hard for it, so that our military becomes strong. It doesn't do us any harm to do that, because other people have done it and it's worked well for them. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So you can see why Joel delights in the voice of to Niger, always a sensible voice to hear. So from to Niger, let's go to Solomon. So Solomon, you know the routine. We're taking closing remarks. Solomon, your thoughts.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for having me on this platform this morning, and thank everybody for coming. I greet Mr. Ajalikoko, Mr. World Peace, Mr. Tony, Mr. Babati, Mr. Kolata, Mr. Rational Mind. I greet all of you for the contributions, and Mr. Joel of Nashville. The way you people contribute, and me, I come here and I learn lots of things. But I'll still stand I still stand on this my word of saying we the South, we should stand together. Our forefathers were not even there when they negotiated Nigeria. I wonder how we'll come and the way some of, especially I see most people, it's not like I'm against Obi, but I see the way most people just be talking about this Obi narrative, like Obi. They don't even understand the Nigerian politics. They're looking at Nigerian politics as the white politics, like the Western politics, and it's not like that. We need to come together as the South, and have a very strong force together, not one person going stretching hand to the north and the other one feeling like he can do anything. There's nothing he's going to do. Sorry to say, but let's try and come together as the South and make our decision, and understand that these people feel like they are the owners of Nigeria, and which is not so. Thank you very much, Mr. Woman.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Mr. Solomon. So that's Solomon, our youth wing from Abuja. So that's the youth wing from Abuja. So from Solomon, let's go to Saki. Saki, you know the routine, closing remarks. Are you still there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
All right. Thank you, Wama. And thanks. Greetings to everybody that has been on this platform this evening. The platform is so enriching. It has a lot of words of wisdom. I learn every day, although I argue. But when everybody shares his or her different views, it is very good. But
the only thing I observed that I don't know what man he should. I don't know why I've not seen more of the Northerners on this platform. I think I don't know why they are not coming much here. So I think he's measuring people from the south that I see here very well. But however, we'll keep on doing the things. Everybody wants Nigeria to progress, and that is why we are trying to get the best of the leaders. Yeah. At the same time, we have actually drilled P2B so much. I think it is time to start drilling other candidates because P2B has been drilled so much. If this is a kind of entrance examination, the examination he has written is gonna be too much. So I think we should also bring other candidates and start drilling them the way we have drilled P2B. So all in all, it's very a captivating session. People make their ideas very well. Ideas from Tu Naija, Ajanle Koko, Kulata, Soli. I've not seen Soli today. Soli and others. So thank you, one man. And I must say, I have been possessed by your platform. I don't even know when I end. Every time, if I just press my computer, I will just, whenever it is like getting to time, I'll be rushing. Hey, I want to enter, I want to join, I want to listen, I want to talk. So it is a sign that your platform is actually affecting people's life positively. I must have to confess that. Thank you.
Thank you, Saki. So that's Saki. I just like if nothing else, one of the things I delight in is the texture of people's voices. Your voice has a certain undertone of baritone. I think Ajale Koko has a little bit of that as well. You should try music. If you try music, you might well find a new line of
Does
voice.
it does it have that baritone like that can be compared to that of
I
Soludo?
think you are trying to deepen it now, but keep it steady. But yeah, no, try music. I think you might have a future in music. So thank you, Saki. So that's Saki, the baritone voice, Saki. So before I go on to rational mind, let me respond to this comment by Sally B, who says because I told her that this guy has been caught on clip making this extreme view. So I don't have to send it even to you via Instagram. I've already played it here, so let me play it again one more time so you can hear him in his own words.
The bill to prohibit same-sex marriage was passed. Although many lawmakers were for the prohibition of same-sex marriage in Nigeria, some lawmakers disagreed on the punishment clause prescribed in the proposed bill for those who engage in same-sex marriage.
Actually, such elements in society should be killed. I think we are right to say we should punish it, but we should not over-punish.
So there it is, Celis. You heard him in his own words. That's your new champion. So from your new champion, let's go to one of our champion. So let's go to Play Summer. So Play Summer is that time of the day again. Play Summer.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Good evening, everybody. Let me first acknowledge your excellency on this platform. I see. I think Moses was saying you are over mentioning this guy from Mauritania. What's it called?
Mauritania.
Mauritania.
The Arab.
Yeah, I just want to say, you see, I saw for the first time I went to another platform today and I saw you spoke there. Most of those platforms, they are like set up for like Peter Obi supporters. The reason why I like this platform is they are different, diverse views. I listen to Jewel a lot, and I always speak. He's even making me tent towards Obi a little bit. It's just that I know that he's that hard supporter. Obi does no wrong in his eyes, but that is about that. So we are talking about the VP Obi just selected. He already has 3 things that disqualifies him, but obedience will not agree. This guy originally is from Mauritania. Secondly, he pledged a strong, a strong penalty for LGBT. And thirdly, this guy is an extremist. I'm just saying, in my own opinion, all these things are negativity, and I wonder why people are not saying it in that manner. But it is left for Obi. Yeah, he had made his choice and he has made it. If he likes, he can move on with it. But we are here to see what comes out at the end. And for somebody discredited Tinubu's wife being a Christian, but that is a beautiful thing. If a Muslim asks, that is what we are talking in Nigeria. We don't have to discriminate. This man has been living with this woman for the past 30 years, and they never had issues. Isn't that a good Nigerian? And I don't know why somebody is saying it doesn't make sense. It made a lot of sense. And what else do I want to say? There is something. Is there anything again I missed about everything that has been discussed?
The probe or not to probe looters.
Yeah, Obi is just being clever by half. He doesn't want to spoil his chances. That is why he didn't mention that. But his VP mentioned it boldly, and I'm sure they will have discussed about it. So Obi is just being clever by half, and if his deputy to be is saying they have to deal with corruption, and Obi is not saying it, it doesn't mean he will not do it anyway. I know they might do it, but they don't. He doesn't want it to take the big wigs. If he talks about corruption, who is not corrupt in Nigeria? Almost all the politicians are corrupt. So I think he's just trying to shy away from that so that doesn't discredit him. All right, that's everything I have to say. Thank you very much for the platform, and for every other person, please, this platform is the best. This is where I'm always at every time of the day. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Well put. You can come back again just for saying that. So thank you, Play Summer. So from Play Summer, we go to Nordic Coin, also known as Rational Mind. So rational words from Rational Mind. Rational Mind, your words.
Yeah, well, man, I think I came in late, and you guys, you've discussed most of the things. Anyway, so for me, I would like to speak to so many things, but I know time will fail us.
Yeah, you can speak to a couple, but just condense your thoughts. Yeah.
I'll just speak through them. For me, that of Kwakwanso, the guy is declining too. His popularity, as far as I can see, because Obi was that person that he would have used to really propel himself if Obi had accepted to be his deputy. But that cannot ever happen. I will never support that in view of what is going on in that country. It's either he comes down from his high horse, and like I was arguing with, trying to start an argument with, debate with Adele Koko the other day about when he was talking about, I watched that interview and other interview granted, and even his stooge that he was using, the older man, and who went, and this sense of entitlement that these people from our north they have, it's just alarming. It's insulting. So I mean, now that he's realizing that he's no longer getting that prominence or whatever he's seek, is declining in popularity, and then he wants to continue. This is rambling and going on different TV stations and trying to Obi has moved on. You too, move on. If you have to move on, move on. I mean, you had the opportunity to have accepted to be his deputy, but you are enumerating what Adele Koko was enumerating here, which I don't say is bad. I'm not saying that they are not facts, but for me, it's in the Nigerian context. If you want to serve the people, you need to come down from your high horse and accept, because it's service to the people. It's not about you. I mean, looking at considering that he has somebody from his own region, from the northwest, in the person of Buhari there, and you want another what kind of work? Would they even accept it? When Wasojo did his own event, took this guy from northwest, which is this man from Katsina that died, and then they all from the north, they were all going right against Jonathan. I mean, now they want to repeat the same thing. So for me, I just see that the guy, I think is not relevant. For me, I don't think it's relevant. I don't know why this guy Ovia keeps promoting him. Oh, woman. So let me just end there. I just want to say that Kwakwanso is just ridiculous. I mean, that guy is just. I mean, I watched that interview.
Have you ever heard the phrase "rational mind"? Drop the dead donkey. Have you heard it?
rock the dead donkey? What?
No,
I never heard
drop the dead
drop the
donkey.
dead donkey. I think I heard it from your platform here.
Yes, you know that a donkey is usually a work tool. People use it for work, but sometimes after the donkey is dead, they cannot offer you anything anymore. So there's no point, flogging it to get up when it's dead.
Exactly.
So just
Yeah.
drop. So what this is what they should be saying to
I don't know what is wrong with
Kwakwanso.
that man. Let him
No,
move on. I
just
mean, he had
drop
the
the dead
opportunity. I
donkey.
mean,
He's had his 5 minutes of fame but
Yeah.
he will milk it. He will still be talking about Peter Obi. He would have said no. He would talk about Peter Obi until he gets to February.
Don't
This is
mind
what
him.
he would
Don't
do.
mind him. So let him
But
just move on. So that's all
all
I have to
right.
say, one man. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So we go next to Kulata, who was going to have the final word, but then of course Ajan Lekoko is back, and of course we know the rules. So Kulata, your closing remarks.
All right. So thanks everyone for joining as usual. Once again, it shows this is the best platform. So share, like, and subscribe. Uh, this platform is, like I said before, is to share ideas and receive pushbacks. It's not any candidates. It's not to glorify any candidate. So as we choose our president, I mean, the recent events means we need to be careful in vetting these guys. So if Tinubu picks a Muslim ticket and it happens to be Shetima, we all know he doesn't have a good opinion about Igbos. So we do need to also push back if that is what happens. I mean, regardless of who he picks, we need to scrutinize them. He may also pick Hel Rufai. They're probably the same. So as we move on, I would like us to expand our criticism. Like the OB is getting tiring at this point, but it's the novelty, so it's still new. But I would like to also expand, and we need to expand our views. So hopefully news come out on Tinubu and Atiku, and we can pick on them too. All right, thanks everyone.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So yeah, yes, we are somewhat over egging the Peter Obi space, and every time I want to move away from it, but as I look through the headlines to pick what to discuss, it's Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi, and then there's nothing else that pops out apart from Peter Obi, Peter Obi. But we will Peter Obi. There's a Peter Obi, But I too, I'll be glad to just, there was a time on this platform we had no other thing to talk about than Nnamdi Kanu. And it's not that because we're special, but it was just there all the time. So it's now gone, and we had a bit of a hiatus, but now comes another one. But hopefully we'll escape the Peter Obi narrative soon. But thank you, Kulata. So Kulata, one of your favorite voices, but the voice that you favor the most, of course, the daddy of them all, the Don Juan, King of Boys, Ajan Lekoko. Final word.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution are quite meaningful, and I hope tomorrow you will all come back and you will let us do it again, and do it the best ever that we are known for on this platform. This is not a platform that will champion any candidate. No. This is a platform for everybody. Obedient and for Showore. Yes. We talk good about Showores here. People bash me and I stand my ground. So, but people that love Tinubu, yes, they come and say whatever they like about him. That is the way it should be. But we should always, at any time when one of these candidates do wrong, let us call spade a spade. Let us say it that, hey, this guy mess up here. And let us see it like that and just move on and not just defend what is indefensible. What this guy, the second in command to be, what we have seen about him, particularly his condemnation of gay people, his recommendation for them to be terminated for choosing what they like to be. It is it is it is barbaric, it is inhuman, and such person with that heavy hate in his heart against humanity. This is hate against humanity. Should not be allowed to occupy the position of leadership, particularly number second position. Number second position that some of you are looking at as no position is a president in waiting. And you know, Nigerian president is one of the most powerful presidents in the world, if not the most powerful, with regards to the power that he controls. He controls everything in the country. Every power that drives that country, you know, it reside in the office of the president. He drives the country. He drives the power. He drives the economy. He drives the security. He's the one he's the one that controls everything. So I'm surprised that some of our obedient friend that, you know, defend this indefensible, talking from both sides of their mouth that, yeah, that guy, there's nothing wrong in what he has done. And on the other side, you are condemning Tinubu for trying to have Muslim ticket. You are saying that is bad. Muslim ticket does not define, you know, the elimination of human being. But this one that is calling on elimination of human being of some group of people because of their sexuality or because of their sexual standing, you say it is good. What is wrong with your people? Let's go and sleep and think about this. Go and sleep over this tonight and think about it. Wake up tomorrow. I believe you will get it right that this guy is not the right guy to lead us. So other than that, Kwakwanso that is talking about Obi to come back and take his position, I think is just making mockery of Obi that look at who you pick. This is a person that have no political standing in the North that can deliver any vote for you. Don't be a failure. Come to us. We are the champion. We are the driver. We are the shakers. We are the one that can give you the vote. So that is why you keep on calling. I don't see him that I just see that he's making mockery of Obi for his blunder, his political blunder, his political miscalculation, his rejection by the North for not getting the right candidate that can give him vote. That's the way I see it. Other than that, let me thank our people at the commentary section for your contribution as well from the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing what you know to do best. Come back tomorrow and come and do it again. From our brother Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to Mo. I say thank you for your super chat. Alessandra Akashi, the secretary, I say thank you to you for being here again today. Jaja, Flash Mankind, Ortiz, our military guys. We thank you too for your service for America and you know, every other ones over there. Our ladies, Bunksma, thank you to you for coming all the time. Or God the Master, everybody, thank you all. So, and to the man, the one man, the eagle, the driver of this platform, the man that is doing the best of the best job, the best, the man that gave us this best platform. I say thank you to you for bringing us together again. Tomorrow, I hope you bring some good news, and we shall join you, trash it out, and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ajale Koko, and you too. So that's Ajale Koko, rounding it as only he can. So you can see why Ajan Lekoko rounds it off. No one else can do it quite like in the manner that he's able to. So that's Ajan Lekoko having the final word, and then we seek to round off from there. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So the usual protocol. If you are not subscribed already, then correct that, please. If you've not clicked on the like button, then correct that as well. And you're welcome to share the platform on your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, your where you mooch around on Facebook, all the usual quarters where you are. Sorry, all yeah, all the usual quarters. No is the answer to your question, Saki. So all the usual quarters when you where you mooch around on. I don't know why my watch is glistering. It's only cheap stuff, but so all the usual places where you mooch around on social media. Share the platform there. Let them concede let's see what they are making of the noise making that we are making around here. So there it is right there. We always interrogate people. We always like to pop the bonnet open and have a real rummage through the engines of the vehicle. So we're rummaging through the engine of the vehicle of the new Arabian overlord that Peter Obi has presented for our consideration. But what are we making of what we are finding is the question. Is this guy an extremist? Is really what we're asking. So strike one, we've found one evidence that indicates. So strike one, if there are, no, I'm not Irene. It's still, like I said, it's just, so strike one, that's the thing. So strike one against Al-Khali Baba Ali Mohammed or Al-Khali, what Yusuf Al-Khali Baba Ahmed. So strike one against him for that somewhat extreme view that he expressed in parliament, by the way, not even in private or in parliament. So that's strike one. And I suspect that very quickly within the next 2 days or so, there'll be even more views of that nature coming out about this guy. So then he'll become very quickly very toxic. But then what does Peter Obi do? TikTok. The 15th is the last date that you can substitute a running mate with INEC. So TikTok, strike one, the Al-Khali Baba. So Al-Khali Baba, and there it is right there. So let's go Al-Khali Baba it and Al-Khali Baba. Let me not label that better for it's almost starting to irritate me myself. So let me round it off there before I start to chat gibberish, which I am doing already. Thank you one and all for turning up. Like, share, and subscribe, and reconvene tomorrow, which is now today, round about 1:30 UK time. So it is not goodbye, it is au revoir, which is to say see you later. So I leave you here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.